His ICT counterpart Ednah revealed that Worldcoin hadn't been registered as a legal entity in the country. Here's Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah.
A registration certificate was issued to Worldcoin on the 18th April 2023 following the receipt of the requisite documentation pursuant to the data protection registration regulations. The government registered Worldcoin as a data controller pursuant to the Data Protection Act of 2019 and the Data Protection Registration of Data Controllers and Data Processors Regulation of 2021 registration regulations. An application for a certificate of registration only signifies that the entity has complied with Section 18 and Section 19 of the Act and does not endorse an entity's compliance with the Data Protection Act or its subsidiary regulations.
Ichung'wah also told the National Assembly that two Kenyans, Rael Mwende and Emmanuel Otieno, are being questioned as they are representatives of the company in the country.
Among the foreign nationals associated with Worldcoin are a Mr. Poita Piwowozik, who is on record to have entered Kenya on several occasions, the last one being arriving on 11th of June 2023 and departure on the 25th of June 2023.
Sugarcane farmers have criticized the decisions by the government to import sugar to stabilize rising prices. The National Federation of Sugarcane Farmers termed the announcement by President William Ruto that the government has ordered sugar into the country insensitive to farmers' plight in the sector. He said it was unfortunate that leaders from sugarcane growing regions have been pocketed by sugar barons, making them fail to push for enactment of laws and regulations to govern the subsector. This event comes as Kakamega Governor Fernandes Baraza says a sugar conference will be held in the county in September. President William Ruto is set for an intense development tour of Mount Kenya this weekend through to next week. The 5-day tour will begin tomorrow morning with a road trip from Nairobi marked by stopovers in Githurai and Kenol. At Kagio Trading Center, the president is expected to open a water project before addressing Wananchi at Baricho in Kirinyaga County. In Karatina, he'll commission the Marua State Lodge Road that will ease the movement of goods and services and spur growth in the area. On Sunday, the head of state will be at State Lodge Sagana. On Monday, he'll start his day in Kurueni, where a road will be commissioned. He'll finalize his trip on Tuesday in Kiganjo, where he'll open a new Kenya Cooperative Creameries facility. The Employment and Labour Relations Court has declared a decision by the Kenya Defence Forces to withhold retirement benefits of a former Air Force officer facing murder charges unlawful. Major Peter Mugure was arraigned in court on November 2019 and later charged on January 2020 over the murder of his wife and 2 children. He consequently sought to resign to preserve his benefits, but his superiors ordered his termination, prompting a legal challenge. While rendering a verdict in a petition by Mugure's lawyer George Guri, Justice Onesmus Makau has awarded Mugure 2 million shillings in damages over the unprocedural termination. The government has been urged to form a new pharmacy board to deal with the increasing number of unlicensed pharmacies. Kenya Pharmaceutical Association National Secretary General Eric Gishane says the sector has evolved since the board was removed in May. He also said there are at least 2 other existing pharmacies that are non-compliant or run by quacks, putting the lives of Kenyans at risk. This is after a new board was gazetted last year by the previous team, but the previous team went in court to stop it, saying their term had not come to an end. And in the international scene, at least 14 people were injured after a man drove his car into pedestrians, then went on a stabbing rampage near a subway station in the city of Seoul. 9 people were stabbed at the site, while 5 others were injured after the suspect drove a car into the pedestrian walkway. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Obaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, didn't tell. yenin der ayu marqati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And you must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, "No, you fellow, you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat."
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. That's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is a hustler?
Who is a hustler? Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyeri Road? Very high fence. You can't even
Windows
sleep inside.
Up near the ceiling.
Yes. And if you walk there at midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Saints and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
The things people will believe.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
Good morning, end of the week. It's Friday, and what a good day to be Friday, wouldn't you say? Let's see what's happening. Is there traffic where you are? It's cold, they say, and also the mist is pretty low. So if you're heading out of Nairobi this morning, you're going to have to slow down. It's going to cause some traffic, especially in a westerly direction. So let's watch out for that already. On Jogo Road, there's some traffic coming into the city, and it's likely to build up later. But for now, it's all a look and see kind of thing. You'll be able to get where you're going in good time today. All right, we're going to try to keep things moving this Friday, aren't we? Yes, we are. Let's talk on Spice FM. KE on Twitter. Happy Friday.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and And Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start
What's
your
up?
day.
How you doing? Welcome to Friday. It's the first Friday of August. Ndu.
Yes.
How's it?
It is good.
So yesterday was Thursday and it was like that. Now look at Friday.
Now look at Friday. Mambo.
Mambo poa?
Vipi?
Umeipangia?
Nini hiyo?
Friday.
Nimeipangia.
Mpango yote imekamilika.
One would hope.
Yeah? One would hope. That one's plans come to fruition.
Yes, exactly.
We wish one the best.
One thanks you.
Hey. Otherwise, karibuni sana kila mtu.
Let me tell you.
Tell me.
It is now that the cold season has begun. All this other thing that was happening before was a trailer.
Yeah.
The movie has started.
This is it.
This is it.
We are now in it. Yeah? We are now in it. Now this is where things go.
South, literally, in terms of temperatures. Yeah.
Why?
It's cold, man.
Walala.
I love it.
You do?
I love it. I do. I love the weather. But, I can imagine that some folks are suffering. But this is where I think it starts. And we know it's going to be prolonged, probably into the month of August. And then, these heavy rains that we are waiting for are going to come in October from what we've been told. So, belt up. It's going to be a fun ride.
Sufferation. Sufferation. Proper sufferation. Where? Okay. Well, everybody, karibuni sana to the conversation today. Ednah, do like that. Ednah, do like that. Okay. Let me tell you what we'll be discussing. So we have all these new changes to the education system, right? The Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms has recommended, and the President has directed that recommendations be implemented forthwith. Very many things. Big one of them was that thing of saying, now clearing that whole confusion about the junior school.
Yeah.
All right? They will be in primary and they will be managed by one head.
Yes.
And they will have one account.
Yes.
They will be managed as one. So pre-primary, primary, junior school. And then high school will be senior school.
So it will be comprehensive school and it will be senior school.
Like
That's
that.
it.
That's it.
All these other stories. You're saying whatever you want to say, but it is too. Yeah.
It's gone.
Yep.
Okay. Plus all those things that they're saying about the education and tertiary education. So the president's advisor on education is called Professor Vincent Machuki. Professor Machuki will be joining us at 8 a.m. to talk about all those reforms and what will be implemented, what can be implemented when. Okay? That is the 8 a.m. conversation. The 9 a.m. conversation is a Health Friday conversation. We'll talk about breastfeeding policy in workplaces. Okay? Dr. Stella Bosire is the Executive Director at the Center for Health Systems and Gender Justice. She comes in at 9 a.m. and let's discuss that, all right? So basically we're saying that workplaces should have, what are they called? Creches. What's the plural of creche?
Creche.
That's it?
It's an S at the end, but you wouldn't know the plural
creches.
unless you saw it. So
Creches.
you can say offices have creche.
Creches. Okay. All right. Yeah, so that's a conversation that we'll be having at that time. Are we live streaming?
Yes, we are.
Is it on?
It is.
Oh, CT is around, by the way. Just
Somewhere.
just so you know, just in
the
case
corners.
you're wondering. Don't worry, he'll be here shortly. And when he comes in, of course, we will know that he's here. For now, let's do like this. Let us do the weather, and then we will welcome CT and everybody else onto the show. It's 6:15.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Cloudy conditions, a bit of a sprinkle in Nairobi, highs of 20 and lows of 12. It's cloudy at 14 in Nakuru, highs of 23 and lows of 13. And we'll see lows of 13 in a mostly cloudy Nyeri at 14, going to highs of 18. 21 will be the high in Eldoret, where it's cloudy at 14. At 23, Mombasa is cloudy this morning, highs of 28 and lows of 23. And we'll see lows of 24 in a cloudy Malindi at 25. Kisumu is cloudy at 20, highs of 28 and lows of 18, and we'll see highs of 26 in a cloudy Kakamega at 19. It's cloudy at 20 in Kampala, highs of 26 and lows of 18, and we'll see lows of 22 in a partly cloudy Dar es Salaam, going to highs of 30. It's 3 degrees and clear in Johannesburg, highs of 16, and we'll see highs of 29 in a cloudy Lagos at 25, and it's 22 and clear in Kinshasa, highs of 33 and lows of 21. Let's look out into Beijing. Friday afternoon is sunny at 32, highs of 33 and lows of 26, and it's cloudy in Paris at 15 with highs of 22. We'll see lows of 14. 14 will be the low in a cloudy London, where it's 15 going to highs of 20, and Thursday night in New York is cloudy at 22. Coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 26 and lows of 20.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
After 6 City, Muga is in the studio. Ednah is dancing from the other side. Ednah, what's the song?
Eddie.
Ulisema nikutafute. Ulisema nikutafute.
That's a song. Yeah?
That's what he's singing.
Alipotafuta alipatikana.
Ajua leo ni Friday.
Yeah.
That's when that song comes in. Ulisema nikutafute. Ulisema nikutafute. How are you doing, City?
Very well, thank you, sir.
Very good, very good. Very good, very good. Hiya, who's online?
Everybody's online this morning. Hey, good morning, live from Kissy. City, have a fictitious proverb. The early bird catches the worm, but the early worm gets caught. Okay.
Where's the fiction?
Hey, the early worm gets caught. So you should stay in your house. If you don't stay at home, you'll be eaten by the bird.
If you're not a bird, stay at home.
You know, that story is really not complete. It's been going on for a while, and everyone, and we've gotten to a point where we think that's the whole story. No, it's not the whole story.
There's something else.
The worm that gets caught, for all you know, that worm was ostracized.
It was the runt of the family.
They said, you
go.
Alilala nje.
It came out early.
Alikuja kama amechelewa akaambiwa
Rudi mali umetoka.
Rudi kwa hao.
Yes, and the bird had a similar fate.
So they both
they met.
So they were both outside early.
Yes.
Where they were supposed to be does not come into the matter. Buenos dias, good people. Have a blessed day and beautiful weekend. Be safe and stay warm. Zeke says good morning. James Sekento tuning in from Kerarapon. Good morning, strong team. Spice FM is now my church. Allah. Okay. Kivon Nyayo, good morning to you. Aluman Jr., my understanding is to go out early and to be hesitant to go out early-ish. Okay. George Gashoyuri says good morning. May your Friday be filled with positive things and full of blessings. Amina. Good morning, Spicers. It's Friday and I don't want to imagine a weekend without your intellect away. Anyway, enjoy your weekend. Latiff, if you look for me, Nyam Chom will be on my bill. First of all, can you say good morning to Gladys?
Gladys, good morning. So I look for you.
You look for Gladys.
Chikola Nyama.
Nyama iko kwa bili yake.
Very good.
All right. Good morning, all. CT looks courageous today. Has he killed a rat? Have you killed a rat?
On the highway.
But why would I want to kill a rat?
There was a man. It takes a whole man kills a rat. What was that proverb? I can't remember.
If my father
has killed a rat,
can he kill a man?
Something like that. Will he fail to kill a man?
Surely.
That was a proverb.
City.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Have you killed a rat?
In your lifetime, yani not today.
Well, it's an interesting question. Why don't you ask me how I'm doing first?
So this person is saying City looks like he has killed a rat.
He's looking triumphant, the emperor, the conqueror.
No, he's looking murderous.
So when you kill a rat, you look conquerors and murderers.
You look like you can't fail to kill a man.
Okay. I am well and I haven't killed a rat.
Okay. Good morning, Okoh. Okoh is my father. Watching from Kobo, inform CT that Muga is a Kimeru greeting. He knows now. Don't you know? We've said
it's
this many
always
times.
good to be reminded.
Oh, sawa. Deno Mwanza is tuned in from Kikuyu this morning. Ndeia, also in Kikuyu, is where Edwin Kahura is. Good morning. I'm listening from Bonnie Lake, Washington. It's all sugar and spice here in Houston, says Sam. And James Lubega is tuned in from Copenhagen. Black Diamond says good morning. He's frozen. He's frozen in Muthiga. We have people are frozen there. Geraldino Chieng says good morning. Dr. Peter says he's tuned from Rwaka. And in Donholm, Dixon Ogweno is there. Wakenya Wenzangu from Aussieland, Mwangi, says good morning. Ndu and Latiff, do not corrupt Guka City. What did we do? I don't understand. Vincent Busiri is tuning from the Netherlands. Oyaore Urjo Studio Ucheu.
Umeamka.
Kare.
Ucheo ni umeamka.
Ucheo is to wake up.
Right.
So who as you people have woken up? You.
Oyaore Uru. Your studio.
Yes. Good
Ucheo
morning,
Kare.
you people of the studio. Have you woken up well?
All right. We have chewed Kare.
We have chewed.
Okay.
Okay, we see you guys. Good morning. Thanks
everybody.
For
Final day of Proverbs from Somalia. This round.
Yes. The oldest man in the family and a midwife do not tell everything they know.
The oldest man in the family and a midwife do not tell everything they know.
Yes.
Right.
You are the custodian of a lot of knowledge, which also means a lot of experiences. Some you talk about, some you don't. Yes.
Why?
This is true. Can you imagine the things a midwife must see?
Why?
Hear or be told or not told?
In fact, consider for a single second, you know how it is that when we're all grown up, we are all sparkling clean and shiny and respectable. Now, ask someone who knows that individual from a younger age. Yes, when one casts all cares to the wind, they'll tell you things. You will hear things. But as one grows older, you know things, but you don't say things.
You don't say things.
Yes, but you know.
You know them.
You know them. That's good enough.
Alrighty. That's a good one. Kaiser Obed says good morning, everybody. Kaiser, avocado zimeisha. Zimeisha.
Avocado yena kuisha.
Sijui utafanyaje. Sijui. Headlines.
All right. On the front page of the Standard today, revealed the deal CSs signed. Everybody was called. Omo, you said you're doing this. I said I'll point you to do this. Sign on the dotted line that you will not fail Kenyans. The year-long covenant is a tale of ambition, promise, and commitment to Kenya Kwanza Manifesto. And to underscore its seriousness, President Ruto personally signed against each of his 22 CSs pledges. Is this another hot air? Can you have a hot air? Anyway, or will it count this time round? All right, we'll look into the details of that and who signed what to achieve over a year.
Okay.
Ruto heads to Central amid jitters on talks. Okay. Chief of Staff is saying that, and he's warning crooks who are using his name to stop being crooked.
Chief of Staff where?
I'll tell you in a minute. Just know that there's a Chief of Staff somewhere who is saying people are using his name to obtain money, to obtain favor, to obtain position, and you must stop it forthwith. Otherwise, you'll be given the gift of sight, as CT would say. All right, on the front page of The Nation, the month of double pain. Some Kenyans are suspicious that we are implementing revenue measures without any intention to deliver any public services at all. President Ruto spoke to his CSs and said this: you must prove that this mandate that the people have given us to fulfill, that we are actually intent on doing it. Don't ashame me, essentially, is what he's saying. But there's some numbers here that don't look very pretty, and we'll talk about those numbers in a bit. Raila team demands crisis talks should begin on Monday. Stop wasting our time, they said. We're giving you the weekend to organize yourselves. Monday morning, let's sit down and start sorting out this thing. Or you will also be given the gift of what?
Sight.
Thank you very much. 45,000 village elders set for plum allowance. Kithure Kindiki is telling MPs who want elders paid 7,000 monthly that for starters, the state will pay them an allowance as a clear compensation structure is worked out.
7,000 monthly.
Yes.
The village elders.
Elderly. Yes.
That's a good plan.
Is it elderly or village elders?
Actually, it's elders.
It's those that category below the chief, huh?
Yes, it is.
They're called headmeni. And village elders.
See, they're mijikumi.
Sasa.
Nyumba.
Nyumba kumi. Not mijikumi. That's my own concoction.
It's yours, not Miji.
Sorry.
Kenyans will have to dig deeper into their pockets this August as the taxman moves to recover new taxes not deducted in July because of a court order that has been lifted. The expected double taxation will coincide with this third-term school fees due month end, adding a further strain on incomes for households already struggling with rising living costs. UAN Vice-Chancellor takes leave over feud, intrigues behind Professor Stephen Kiama's 6-month sabbatical as Professor Julius Ogengo named acting VC by the University of Nairobi's council.
What?
You're here, my friend.
Hey, yeah.
India.
At the UON.
At the UON.
Okay.
Lawmaker.
Drama never ceases in that place.
I'm telling you, it's like a soap opera, it's a telenovela.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be the university.
It would not be the University of Nairobi. Lastly, before I leave you, lawmakers propose to reduce public service retirement age to 55 years. It's currently 60. Now 55.
They want to bring it down to
55, which is where it was before.
And then now you had to hire them on contract for 10 years.
At the time it was even 50.
At you retired at 55?
Yeah.
What are you saying? At the time it was 50. Just to let you know.
This is a joke, man.
And you still have, gusto in your pipes. Why?
Kwanzaa, that's a moment now when
life has begun.
Yeah,
your mind is settled.
You can now focus at work.
Minimum drama in your life, unless you introduce it.
And if you can't manage that drama, you can't really manage the office.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you what's on the Business Daily. KCB seizes second beach hotel over 5 billion shilling English Point debt. KCB Group has seized a second hotel belonging to the embattled owners of the Mombasa luxury property English Point Marina over non-payment of a 5.2 billion shilling loan. The bank on Wednesday appointed Kamal Anatroy Bat as the receiver manager for the Diani-based Pinewood Beach Resort and Spa, which is owned by the Kanji family. Pinewood was part of the security to the loan taken for the construction of the fully serviced 5-star English Point Marina. KCB, whose non-performing loans, however, hovered above the industry levels, was allowed by the Court of Appeal in October last year to take over the mixed-use property. So they put up the English Point Marina, and now kimeumana. They can't pay the loan, so English Point gone, and
gone from the owners.
Pinewood now also gone, taken by the bank. The bank had seized English Point and placed Pearl Beach Hotels, the real estate firm that owns it, under statutory management in June last year. The loan taken by Pearl Beach Hotel was disbursed between 2010 and 2016. Just the other day, the English Point Marina, which was designated as a Vision 2030 project, Kenya's long-term development blueprint, included some 96 luxurious apartments for sale. However, after completion of the Mombasa-based mixed-use development in 2017, Pearl Beach was unable to repay the loan despite numerous accommodations by KCB. Directors also issued personal guarantees for the loan. English Point is owned by Amin Kanji, his wife Leela, brother Al-Nur, sister-in-law Nafisa, and Nazir Jina. Pinewood, which Amin Kanji said he and his wife Leela stumbled upon 33 years ago while building for themselves a little hut on the Kenyan coast, has 20 private 2-story accommodation units. Oh yeah. Gosh. Wow. Okay. The other headline: employers, agents brace for double hit on backdated taxes. Kerry to backdate the new taxes to July 1st. And this has left tax agents with a compliance nightmare as employers brace for a double hit later this month, remitting the taxes that were uncollected due to an earlier suspension by the court. Why?
My friend.
Consolidated cargo tax standoff persists as stocks pile up at the airports. Jubilee Free to Run Nairobi County Medical Cover, that's the Public Procurement Administrative Review Board, has dismissed an application for review of a 1.46 billion tender for provision of comprehensive medical cover for staff of the Nairobi County government. Other ticker headline: investors suffer 5 billion shilling losses in bond sales. Bwana Muga.
Yes, please.
Tell us what's in the Star, then I'll tell you what's in the Nairobian.
Top right hand corner in burnt orange. Siasa. Why handshake is bad for Raila and very good for President Ruto. That's the story in the Siasa pullout. Okay. Then on the left, story of a family. How cancer turned my family into beggars. Listen. Something which began as a toothache, and the tumor ballooned, and it went on. Yeah. Serious story of the trials and tribulations that a family has endured because the mother of that home had cancer. Residents dig up 8.5 million road under construction. This is this is in Migori. Okay. They are saying gold is better than the road. Because the road between Kenya and Tanzania, and they've decided that road equal goldie.
So now?
What?
They started digging up the road.
Surely.
The road was actually, they were just digging for gold. The road just happened to be there.
Yeah.
Yes. Whether they found gold, that's a different story altogether.
Who told them? Okay. Who told them that there was gold there before?
Well, they found gold, they say.
Okay. So they said there must be more.
Can't be. There's no other story. There must be more.
Okay.
And apparently, when the earth movers were doing this construction, clearing, whatever, it's the moving of that earth that now revealed the treasure that was under ground.
Under
the ground. So the residents decided, something? This one is very, 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 very good. Now, you stop this thing you're doing while we look for and collect gold. And it means the building of this road now has been interrupted. So it's not taking place. Interesting, isn't it? Coast surgeons amputate man's leg as they chat.
As who chat? The surgeons or plus the man?
Yes.
The surgeons and the patient, or the surgeons?
No. Surgeons were chatting. They were sawing off this guy's leg. They were amputating the leg.
Okay.
But they're chit-chatting away. Yes, this is the story.
Who's reporting this?
Yeah. What? Was it by mistake? Is it that they were chatting and in their chat they chopped off the leg, or they intended to chop off his leg?
Let me just read it.
You will read that story. That one is...
Watch here. Then bang in the middle is Ruto planning a cabinet reshuffle. This country of ours, and rumors, President's dalliance with Azimio governors alarms Raila troops. Governors are governors of counties in Kenya. William Ruto is the president of the Republic of Kenya. So, every part of this country where these governors reside over and preside over are in Kenya. So, if he goes and talks to a governor which is in Kenya, who is also in Kenya, in a county that is in Kenya,
why is the problem?
Precisely. Anyway, that's the end of that story.
Okay, the Nairobian. Killer cops plotted murder in dead of the night. 2 brothers died days apart while undergoing treatment at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital as families recall horror of the violence unleashed on them by rogue officers. The Nairobian has now taken this and given it 2 pages, 4 and 5. Families' agony as numbers rise, looking at what really happened in this region during those days of Mandamano. There are the headlines, but first, you tell us about traffic.
Okay.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Spice and everything nice. All right.
Spice up your life.
Pangani Underpass is where we'll see, traffic this morning. It's nothing too crazy. Most of your roads you'll be able to get through without any trouble whatsoever. At least for now. Looks like traffic hour might start a bit late. And if it does, it will not be so serious. And a little bit of traffic on Jogo Road as well. The Southern Bypass has a smidgen of traffic as you're heading out towards Langata Road. But again, it's negligible. You don't have to worry too much about it because it'll clear up in no time, I'm sure. We'll probably see a lot of movement into the CBD. Let's see what happens closer to 7 o'clock. For now, you're fine. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on Twitter.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Yes. Let me tell you.
Tell
All right.
us.
So there's a number of stories here revealed what the CS has signed and also looking at the double month of pain. But let's see what the people now who are supposed to make sure that the environment is conducive in the country for certain things to happen, what they signed to.
Okay.
Education, number 1, CS Machuki. He has agreed to, via pending his signature, timely release of capitation. Well, okay, he's a bit behind on that. Okay. Improve transition and school enrollment. Provide capitation within 7 days of exchequer release. Now, when the exchequer releases the money, that's a whole totally different kettle of fish. But within 7 days of when the exchequer has released funds to the ministry, he must release it to schools.
So that tells you that there's usually a kalag there.
Yep. Tells you when they say they've not sent us money. Well, maybe not.
Okay.
So he has said he will make sure, amongst other things, that these vital things happen.
We will judge him by that.
Right.
And the president will hold him accountable for that.
Yes.
Okay.
Treasury CS Ndungu. Tame inflation, grow revenue, maintain inflation rate at 5%, reduce fiscal deficit from 5.8 to 4.4%, and raise revenue to 2.9 trillion shillings. If you do that,
where
you retain your job.
Bring inflation to 5%.
Yes, please.
Within this year.
That's right.
We are currently at 7-point-something percent.
7.6%.
Okay.
Sawa. Health CS Nahumicha. Prudent management of donor and public funds.
Right.
Mobilize 14.3 billion shillings for HIV, TB and malaria and migrate 1,871 services that are currently under the ambit of the Ministry of Health to eCitizen. Move those operations. They should not be with you. Do that within 1 year and you do what? You keep your job. Transport CS Murkomen. Absorb allotted budget, manage pending bills, spend 7.6 billion shillings worth of funds in ongoing projects and new allocations. Spend the money, but guess what? Do the thing. You have...
Make sure you do the job.
Do the job. You have the money.
Right.
Spend it. Absorb it. We're
Right.
not seeing absorption. It needs to happen. Again, you do that, you keep your job.
So basically, Kipchumba's headache is to spend
Absorb
7
the
billion
thing.
shillings.
Yes.
That's the
your
big
problem.
headache. Spend 7 billion. All right.
You have been given the money, my friend. Spend it. Let us see that you've actually done
If you're
the
not
work.
able to spend 7 billion shillings, you lose your job.
Yes.
Is it possible to question the logic of these terms of references?
Let me tell you about Cheer Cheer first. Energy CS Cheer Cheer. Utilize approved estimates, expand infrastructure, construct 824 kilometers of crude oil pipeline, 150 biogas units, 300 cooking gas facilities in learning centers. Whether it is university, whether it is high school, whatever it is. Biogas.
Okay.
That's what they're going to be using to cook their food.
All right.
You do that, you keep your job, essentially. I shall deal with cases of negligence, said the president. Misappropriation, embezzlement, theft, and other misconduct relating to public resources summarily and decisively.
Beginning when exactly?
Immediately, forthwith. That seems to be the word of choice this morning. He's had a candid talk with them, and he said, look here, behave yourselves. They face stringent deadlines and tough objectives after signing performance contracts with President William Ruto to raise revenue collection, provide world-class services, and ensure taxpayers get value for their money. Listen to the speech, and one of the things he said is, look, we went and told Kenyans that they should bank on us because of 1, 2, 3. I don't want to see you guys letting me down because you are the drivers of this thing. We appointed you because, number one, we believe that you can do the thing. But you now need to put it on paper that you actually can. Politics aside, standing on top of vehicles, that time is done. It's now time to roll up your sleeves and get your hands dirty. Get the job done.
Wow.
If you show me that you cannot, guess what? It is not difficult for me to do what? Remove you and put somebody else who can do the job. Basically, this is what he said. He said, now there is a focus on sustainable socio-economic development. The contracts align with the Kenya Kwanza bottom-up manifesto and ambitious goals of Vision 2030, which he intends to capitalize on while campaigning for re-election in 2027. The contracts lay out comprehensive responsibilities, including policy formulation, addressing citizen concerns, and implementing prudent economic and financial policies at both national and county level. So he's tough talking, and he's saying, you know what, time for joking is over. The holiday period has come to an end, and we're not going on leave again.
Where?
Evil.
Okay.
And they signed, though. They signed. They did.
So this signing is what, supposed to augment the oath of office they took?
Yeah. Now this is a performance contract. It's basically now getting your TORs.
And you've said you will do it. So under a circumstance where then you fail to, then we have no choice but to say,
So you are scored. You do score below average, performing, excelling.
Approaching expectations, meeting expectations, surpassing
so for
expectations.
example, if Murkomen spends 10 billion, he'll have surpassed expectations.
No, we only want him to say.
He'll tell us where he's gotten the extra 3 billion from, because it's
exactly.
not been allocated to his ministry in the budget.
Absorb what has been allocated to you, my friend.
Yeah.
And the president has also said, this thing people have been doing previously, misappropriation, embezzlement, fraud, stealing.
Basically, absorption means pay all bills. That's it.
Note, pending bills has been put under Murkomen. So what does that tell you?
You know, many of them are under him anyway.
Yeah.
It's roads.
It's clear in his contract that manage this pending bill situation. It's
you
roads.
have 7 billion shillings. Make sure that every project that is undertaken this year, you pay. You pay. You do not roll over things. That's a good one. Kericho Governor Dr. Eric Mutai has formed 7-member committee to audit the disbursement of 14 million shillings raised for 77 victims of the Londiani Junction accident.
How many people in that committee?
7.
7-member committee.
Okay.
This comes as Mr. Collins Kipgetich Sang, an advocate of the High Court, wrote to County Secretary Wesley Bor seeking information on the disbursement of the funds by invoking the Access to Information Act. The County Assembly has also formed a 9-member ad hoc committee to look into this matter. Okay. This follows claims by Deputy Governor Fred Kirui that out of the 14 million raised, 8 could not be accounted for by a committee chaired by Dr. Bor, the County Secretary. Dr. Mutai said at a press briefing in his office that the committee chaired by John Keter is expected to present its report within 14 days. Members of this committee are Jennifer Marusoi, Bishop Alfayo Mesa, Milka Wangare, Silvanus Ngeno, Julius Mutai, and Jane Sang. The team is also mandated with identifying affected groups that may have been overlooked in this disbursement. Dr. Mutai said, "It is shocking for me to hear that money we raised for the victims of the Londiani road accident have been misappropriated. It is a matter that I am not taking lightly. We will do whatever it takes to ensure all the families affected get their dues." He announced that should any of his officers who are members of the committee administering the funds be found culpable, they will be sacked and prosecuted. Yikes. You cannot eat from the dead. It's taboo. I will not condone it, he said. DCI is investigating this. ESCC is investigating this. County Assembly is investigating it. County Executive is investigating it. 14 million shillings.
Sorry, please. By the time they had spent the money, who is the first person who said, "Excuse me, what's happening with this money?" Who raised the red flag the first time?
The first red
the money
flag.
had been spent. Everybody was going to their houses. We had already finished the story. Then somebody stood up and said, "Hold on a minute. This was the money that was raised. How is it possible that the families of the deceased only got less than a third of the money?" Who was the initial whistleblower, or would it be? Do you know? Who was it?
Us.
Yeah, okay.
There was
So
also
all these people who are putting together committee, forming 7-bench team, what. They didn't know that there was a problem before people started shouting, Abi.
Then DCI jumped in.
They didn't know that there was a problem before. So now everybody's jumping, chasing their tails, trying to make it look as if they're doing something very serious. They didn't know it was a problem before. They didn't know, but now they want to seem very serious. UDA Secretary General shouting, DCI shouting, Dr. Eric Mutai shouting, everybody now suddenly shouting. In the first place, they did not see that there was a problem with it.
No, they didn't know.
Okay. All right. So,
Yes, it has to be brought to their attention. They wouldn't know.
Okay, cool.
It's the county secretary who's heading that committee. So if a person as senior as county secretary is the head of public service in the county. Okay?
Yes.
So that is the senior most public officer. He's heading the committee. And he's the one who's authorizing and overseeing this disbursement. So it wouldn't come to the governor's office issue that there's an issue down here until one of the affected people or a concerned citizen starts raising those questions. That's when the governor would know, really? Iko shida?
All right.
Let's look at it.
No, hala.
It's a big one.
And if DCI are involved, they'll
They
come
must be
asking questions because they know who was in charge and who did what and say, folks, we'd like a little clarity on this matter.
Yeah.
Okay. No, hala.
It's okay. Let's wait and see. We have like 4 investigations into 14 million shillings.
Yes. 4 different entities checking their own things. DCI, county, political party, MCAs,
and then
the county
now this
assembly, and then now 7-member.
I hope none of them
committee.
is getting an allowance.
Oh, they're getting an allowance. What?
Wishful thinking, mon ami.
What's the matter with this man?
What's wrong with you? I should be sitting and asking questions and you don't give me tea. Are you okay?
Guy. Okay. City. There was that story.
You know, that story of the tooth that suddenly went very bad. It's not a pretty picture.
Huh?
Take it.
What? You too. I am aware it's Friday. But what?
What did you say?
I tell the truth.
You guys don't understand English.
Tooth.
Yes, the story that began the problem
Teachers.
with the tooth. The cancer story. What do you guys think I was talking about?
What
All
are you-
right.
The
What are you
doctors
talking
who
about?
were
Okay.
chatting and chopped off someone's leg.
That's what you want me to read.
Oh, that's a different story.
Okay.
Because the truth and the cancer is the one for the lady who died.
Yeah.
She's alive.
Oh, she's alive.
She's alive.
Okay, that's a separate story.
Yes.
There was a story of the doctors.
Yes.
Who were chit chatting.
Yeah, and then they chopped off someone's
sawing
leg.
off somebody's leg.
Yes.
Vuta pandeyo.
Okay, let me read the story for you. See, you guys are more keen on legs being chopped off. So let me read the story for you. What?
Nothing.
Story on page 20.
Okay.
And I'm on page 20. And that story is not there.
CT.
I'm telling you.
No.
So I'm looking at.
Are you looking at the correct paper?
Yeah. What I'm seeing here, there's 3 members of family suspected of food poisoning. That's the headline. The another one here, governors oppose taxes. This is page 20.
And they said the story is on page 20, on the front page.
Ndu doesn't believe me, so I'm going to show her. Ndu, this is a story. Coast surgeons, page 20. Yeah. So, do you see the story on page 20?
And there 2 page 20s.
It's just one. Okay.
He's right. He's right.
So, I will continue.
So the story is not there.
So I'll look at the story. When I find it, I'll read it. Meanwhile,
Hey, Akuko.
Meanwhile, tell us that sad story of the truth.
This is a story of a lady who actually started with a problem.
Right.
And got to a point where she couldn't drink water, and the only food she could take was liquid. And she went to Kenyatta National Hospital, and where they told her that, the thing you need to do, you need to do some chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and what have you. But that cancer was the aggressive variety. It's gone and disfigured her face completely.
Oh, snap.
No, it's when I say it's I mishmashed my stories, but it's not a pretty picture. I mean, I have seen people with cancer looking like this. It is not a pretty picture.
Okay.
It's not a pretty picture. Now, the problem is, it hasn't been solved. They've spent, the family has spent money. NHIF, thankfully, covered the chemo. Okay? Up to a certain point. But right now, they've been asked to buy implants or metal plates that would be used to fix her jaws, because the jaws were, the cancer went and disintegrated all that. Okay? Now, they're being asked to spend 250,000 shillings. Now, why I mentioned this at the end is because they've been spending money all along. Because, yes, the chemo is covered by NHIF.
Yeah.
But traveling, because these people, by the way, they come, some of these stories are really sad. Awino comes from...
So now...
Yes. So go ahead.
She cannot, of course, eat solid.
No, she can't. No, she can't. In fact,
if it's affected her jaw, it's affected.
I think this one
maxillofacial.
I need to show you so that you can understand. What's it to do? If I cannot explain it.
Wow.
That's it.
Oh my God.
Yep.
There's a friend of mine called Dr. Barasa, who is a maxillofacial surgeon at KNH. Actually, I'll send him this photo and ask him whether he knows his story. Hey! Oh, yeah. So, NHIF has covered chemo.
Yes.
There's radio and there's everything else.
Yes.
Okay? And we're talking about KNH, where you're told come for chemo tomorrow. You come for chemo tomorrow, you're told, ayo dawa, aiko enda ukatafuta ukanunue.
Yes.
Right? I've had several people talk about that. Today machine is broken down.
Yes.
You're supposed to come and wait until tomorrow, whether we see whether the machine will be up again.
The come tomorrow story is what is the consistent story.
Oh, God.
This needs surgery, obviously.
It
so
does.
there's a surgery component as well.
There's a surgery component
before they can
that
start
comes
the
in
therapy.
But,
Yes.
but maybe that comes in later.
No, so obviously there is part of this that needs to be removed.
Yes.
I remember this because remember there was a time I told you about a patient that we then were trying to help to get into the system. And more or less the same thing, that the cancer was so severe that they needed to do surgery to remove, a lot of this mass. And then they treat thereafter, because obviously this affects the lymph nodes, it affects quite a number of things, so we need to make sure that it does not reach there. Cut out what bad infected
portions of the
have clear, and then after that the procedures begin. But what you're saying, Eric, is absolutely true, because I was there and they will tell you, all right, there's certain tests that you must do, right? You must do blood tests, do this test, in preparation for then the team of doctors to see you, because this is not one doctor. It is not just a surgeon. There are many people involved. There are plastic surgeons, there are general surgeons, there's radiologists, there's oncologists, everybody. It's a team of about 15 people who work on a situation like this, because it's more or less like this. You will do the tests. This is a live situation right here. You will do the tests. But by the time you're then able to see the specialist team, it's another month or two. The tests, in terms of their results at the time, the results would have changed. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So then they require you to then go and repeat the test, and they tell you, oh yes, well, NHIF will cover this one, it will not cover the other one. Then they will tell you, this machine has been booked. A procedure that started in April, they will tell you that the next available time is in October. So you can imagine somebody who is sitting with a problem like this. A lot of times, as I'm seeing from this story, they don't live in the city.
She comes from Nyamira.
Exactly. So they will travel, they will look for accommodation.
You have to look for
a place to
accommodation.
live
They're not living in
while you are
Dandora.
waiting.
And you know Dandora is not next to KNH.
Yes.
Yep.
While you're waiting for this thing to happen.
Get up, get into a matatu, get to KNH, you're told, machine laifanyi.
Yeah.
And someone walks away.
And that is it. I am telling you, I spoke to MedSoup so many times and they will tell me, well, you know, madam, even if you shout, there's nothing we can do. So line ni kubwa na si wewe peke yako. Everybody is waiting. Seriously, the emotion has been removed completely. They'll tell you it's one machine. Sasa unataka tufanye nini? It is one machine.
And you know the
and
really
the
sad
whole
thing,
country is waiting.
It did not start with one machine.
Yeah.
No, those machines were around 5. Okay, it's this one got spoiled, so they were using the others. This one didn't have all the commodities that you need for it. So it's by the time they went back to it, it needed repairing. There was no money for repairs, and you know the numbers just keep dwindling. So one remains.
Then you can imagine somebody with a situation like this is in pain. They'll say, okay, let us admit you so that we can give you pain. You think the painkiller that they're giving you is, they'll tell you, Panadol. They'll give you and they say, kama utaki, you can go home.
You know, this is the same story you hear of people who go for dialysis.
Hey.
Yep. You see, KNH,
it's overwhelmed.
It is
overwhelmed.
Completely.
And the people who are, and honestly, I saw it, you cannot blame these guys. The guys who are doing the work, the worker bees.
You can't.
You cannot blame them and say, what kind of attitude do you have? You can't.
You see, a case like this goes to KNH, it needs to go to KNH. It's a premier referral hospital. But other cases that could be handled at other levels of hospitals also go to KNH.
Yeah.
And the thing is, and this is to their credit, they don't turn these people away.
Hey. Remember, there was also the team that came to see us from KU. Yeah, Kina Dr. Onyimbo Kirama.
Yeah.
Let's send a photo to him and ask him, do you have space? Maybe. Just find out if you could. Man. But there are many. This is just the one that's been highlighted.
There are very many.
Aye. Okay, Siti, thank you for dampening our mood. Fresh leadership wrangles are behind the announcement that University of Nairobi Vice-Chancellor Stephen Kema has gone on a 6-month leave. The Nation can reveal communication regarding Professor Kema's leave was sent on Tuesday morning through an email to all staff and students by the Director of Corporate Affairs, John Orindi. This is to inform you that the Council of the University, during its special meeting on July 31st, approved the Vice-Chancellor's request, dated July 28th, to proceed on leave for a period of 6 months with effect from the 1st of August. In the absence of the Vice-Chancellor, the Council has appointed Professor Julius Ogengo to discharge the duties. Later that afternoon, Professor Kema was at State House during the launch of the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms report by the President. But the communication guy at UAN is saying there was nothing unusual about leave and the VC is exhausted. He just proceeded on sabbatical.
Why are they explaining this thing
If you
so
have
much?
to explain it, then there's a problem.
I mean, people go on leave. Do they tell us the other times when they go on leave? And how many VCs do we have in the country? Do they tell us when these people go on leave?
Kema himself said, I had not taken leave for a long time, so I'd accumulated a lot of days. We've been rebranding the university to make it more relevant, and I was also involved in the Presidential Working Party on Education reforms. I know where we want to go, but I saw some governance issues which will not take us there. If it's affected, it can't be the university. It is. Let us, all of us, think about the institution we want. We can't afford people keeping you busy with mundane things and then they measure your performance based on those things. I requested for leave so that I have time to reflect. He has said it.
Yeah, we done.
It's Kwisha.
Not done. We've understood.
Yeah. These guys are giving me mundane things here and then
go around the country collecting data which we already have. Yes.
You know, even the university, maybe they're just telling, make sure that you have students in the university. Make sure that every day you have lecturers in the university. Some mundane things. Him is thinking, how do we make this university vibrant? Like now, vibrant. What do you mean vibrant?
And we don't have money. And we haven't paid NHIF and NSSS.
So there's a disagreement there between the prof and his bosses, the council. We'll be looking at more headlines in the next hour because there are many stories today in the papers. Senior? Yeah, we shall do that. It's 7 a.m. Good morning.
Spice up your life.
Some very nice, mature music.
They really take me back to my days and I can just feel young again and enjoy the vibes.
Spice.
I'm a big listener of Spice FM.
You play the best music.
This is 94.4 Spice FM.
At the top of the hour on Vibes Radio.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Lea Ubaga. The Kakamega Sugar Conference, scheduled for September 8th, is set to bring together sugar stakeholders from all over the country. Kakamega Governor Fernandes Barraza says that the conference will discuss the pressing issues of sugar scarcity and the closure of mills in the Western and Lake regions. This event comes as earlier this week President William Ruto announced that Kenya would be importing a sugar consignment by mid of this month to address the shortage of sugar in the region. He also acknowledged the prevailing confusion in the sector.
We have had serious consultations. The minister, AFA, has been on top of that game. It is true the prices have gone up. We have been reluctant to work against farmers by opening importation. But finally, we have given licenses for the importation of sugar into the country. And I want to announce that in the next 1 or 2 weeks, we will see different situation pertaining, because that's the time we expect stocks of sugar to come into the country.
However, sugar farmers have not taken this information well, as they say the importation of sugar will hurt their income.
Miwa iko hata sahi kuangalia, si unaona iko miwa. School fees yetu natoka hapo, kila kitu tunafanya na miwa. Na sasa kama unataka kusema unataka kufunga hiyo mazini mwezi muine, unataka tufanye aje? Kwanza bei ya unga imepanda.
Yote hiyo ni siasa, itamuumiza mkulima wa miwa full. Asa kifungwa miwa ishi namna hiyo, manake wengine wanapanda, wengine wanapalilia, wengine wanakata, wengine wanasomba. Miwa ishi. Kwa hivyo hata awe ni nani hawezi kusema ati amekatisha hiyo mpaka sijui muda gani huo.
A multi-agency investigation into the operations of American AI firm Worldcoin has gained momentum, with the Immigration Department ordered to intercept the group's associates, foreign or Kenyan. A joint ministerial statement presented in the National Assembly indicated the DCI had made progress in identifying Worldcoin associates in the country, and a foreign national said to have activated the firm's Kenyan operations. The statement by Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki and his ICT counterpart Eli Dowalo revealed that Worldcoin hadn't been registered as a legal entity in the country. Here is Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah.
A registration certificate was issued to Worldcoin on the 18th April 2023 following the receipt of the requisite documentation pursuant to the data protection registration regulations. The government registered Worldcoin as a data controller pursuant to the Data Protection Act of 2019 and the Data Protection Registration of Data Controllers and Data Processors Regulation of 2021, registration regulations. An application for a certificate of registration only signifies that the entity has complied with Section 18 and Section 19 of the Act and does not endorse an entity's compliance with the Data Protection Act or its subsidiary regulations.
Investigators are now convinced that Tharaka Nithi politician Felix Gitari died by suicide after shooting himself in the head with his licensed gun. Gitari unsuccessfully contested for the Tharaka Nithi governor seat in the last election on a Chama Chakazi party ticket. His body was found last month in the driver's seat of his vehicle parked in Mati Road, Embu County. Former Garissa Governor Ali Quran can now breathe a sigh of relief after a Nairobi court allowed the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions to withdraw a multi-million shillings graft case against him. In the case, Quran and 4 members of his administration were charged with, among others, suspicion of committing economic crimes as well as misappropriation of funds. Quran was was alleged to have embezzled 233.5 million shillings allocated to the Garissa County government by the World Bank as a conditional grant for the Kenya Urban Support Program. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
Okay, so we're not seeing much traffic this morning, and on Jogo Road is probably the busiest for now. And on the Thika Superhighway, way past Malari through towards Survey, it's inching along into the city. Let's look further up there as we're going towards that junction between Committee Road and Wiki Road. A little bit of traffic coming in there, but nothing too crazy. So you'll be fine on the Thika Superhighway coming into the city. Just at that bottleneck of the Pangani underpass is where things slow down a little bit. Into the CBD from Westlands, you're all right, as well as coming in from Landis for now is fine. The Southern Bypass in all its glory, letting you get into the city a longer route. But hey, if you're up for a morning drive, there is it. It is. The fog is low. We can see it in Nairobi. You can imagine going out west. It's really heavy. Fog lights will do you good this morning. Use them. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on Twitter as we get closer to traffic hour and keep things moving this morning.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
7:07
This is the
on this
Situation
Friday,
Room,
4th day of
the
August
only way to start.
2023. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to the second hour of the Situation Room. If you're just joining us on KTN Home, Karibu Sana. Live streaming the show on YouTube and Facebook. Everybody watching from across the globe, Asante Sana for tuning in. And those on Spice FM, always a pleasure. It's holiday season. Ndu.
Yes, it is holiday season, and DSTV is saying, how about you get your kids well into it? The August holiday season is here for the majority of Kenya's beloved learners, and DSTV has got your kids and entire family well covered with the greatest edutainment for children on the African continent. Welcome to a wonder-filled and world, and get connected to over 15 dedicated channels exclusively for kids content. A new season of Miraculous Tales of Ladybug and Cat Noir is on DSTV channel 303. Tune in and let the kids feel all the adventure of fun, and it's happening on DSTV. Dial star 432. I'm going to say that again. Dial star 432 hash or download my DSTV app to get a DSTV decoder and 1 month family for 2,999 shillings.
Okay. Also, we are counting down to October because something big is happening in October. We will be commemorating 20 years of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, Kenya's largest single-day athletics event. Back again this year. It's bigger. Get ready for the 20th edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. It will be on the 29th of October. It's a Sunday. Nairobi will be flagged off at Uhuru Gardens. All you need to start doing now is start preparing for the marathon, okay? What race will you be doing? Will you be doing the full marathon, the half marathon, the 10-kilometer race? What will you be doing? Start preparing for it today. Go to nairobimarathon.com and register with only 2,000 shillings. That's nairobimarathon.com. Register with only 2,000 shillings and start preparing. The dates are out. The other towns that will host this event will also be announced in a few days, plus the virtual run as well. nairobimarathon.com. That's where to go. We have a guest in the studio. We are expecting 2 guests to join us, but the first one is here. Susan Otiano is the Executive Director of ActionAid International Kenya. She is here. Good morning, Susan.
Good morning.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. This is the Situation Room. Thank you very much for occupying the hot seat this morning.
Thank you, Eric.
How's your Friday?
It's good.
Cold out there, isn't it?
Very cold, but the heat is inside. Yeah.
That's it. That's the spirit. That's the spirit. City, why don't you welcome Susan with the day's proverb as we wait for Robert Ofula, who will be joining us shortly.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week have been from the Federal Republic of Somalia, otherwise known as Somalia. And this is our final proverb. Now, just a recap. Capital, Mogadishu.
All right.
Now, what I didn't tell you was that they actually have a president. The president is called Hassan Sheikh Mohammed. They have a prime minister. He's called Hamaz Abdi Bare. Then there is a House Speaker. These are important people. You may ask, why do you keep mentioning speakers? Well, many constitutions have it this way. President in power, not there, deputy takes over, or prime minister. Absence of the aforementioned, speaker takes over. So speakers tend to be very, very important.
They also have a sports minister.
They also have a sports minister.
And the sports minister has apologized after a video of an untrained Somali runner jogging down the track for a 100-meter race in China went viral. It's a inter-universities championship taking place in Daegu, China. Somalia has sent a team. It so happens that Somalia does not have a university's team that is to be taken to the university's championships. But this girl went and she competed. When others were finishing the race in about 11 seconds, she crossed the line after 20 seconds.
Nice.
That's not bad.
Yeah, she was completely, clearly untrained.
Yes.
So the Somali minister said, I'm sorry.
No.
I am sorry. We are going to investigate this.
No, they shouldn't.
Clearly.
She has put the country on the map. Even people who didn't know the country now know.
Now know the country.
Oh, yes. And she's even more famous than the person who actually won that race.
Why? The camera pans and moves, with the runners. Everybody forgets that there was somebody else. Then the camera now goes back.
Yes.
Finds her.
Hello.
That's a spirit.
And she does like a hop after she crosses the line.
Shoving along.
That's it.
10 seconds after the winner. The proverb, City?
The proverb. One more thing before the proverb.
Okay.
Those who subscribe to the faith of Islam are either Shias or Sunnis. I'm not going to go into the detail of whether they are followers of Abu Bakr or Ali. I'm not going there. But the brand of Islam that is practiced in Somalia is Sunni.
Okay.
Now, proverb of the day. The oldest man in the family and a midwife do not tell everything they know.
The oldest man in the family and the midwife do not tell everything they know.
No, that they do not. No.
Susan, you hear that proverb?
Yes, I hear it. And Somalia is also synonymous with some of the cultural practices. I would believe that's probably one reason why the midwife would not talk of what they know.
Hey. So what's your interpretation of it? What is it that they're saying? What is the proverb telling you?
There are secrets to be kept, and there's a time to speak what ought to be spoken about, and not all the time. Yeah.
Susan moved from 0 to 100 kilometers in 2 seconds.
She's not like the person who was jogging across the line.
No. Here we're still pottering along with the proverb. Just midwife.
No, City.
Practices. Did it? Okay.
It's because I've worked in Somaliland, which on the map and legally it's part of Somalia, but they also declare that they are a state. They are yet to be recognized by the UN and all other bodies. And so I'm quite familiar with the culture. I was there for almost a year. Yes.
And the midwives never told you anything, did they?
They did say, because it was part of our programming, we wanted also to let them know about the culture. and why it was retrogressive, and why they ought to stop.
How successful was this program?
In terms of awareness, there was quite a huge reception, first from the survivors who wanted to tell their story, and secondly from the midwives who saw the tribulations and the suffering that the women went through. You know what a midwife does.
Yes.
Yeah, during childbirth, and many lost their lives. But that would not come out as a loss of life because of the, we call it female genital mutilation. Yeah, it hardly comes out. And again, the other thing is, was also because of those challenges, then they would have problems later. So the survivors would talk, the midwives would talk, but because it's considered a cultural practice and you're not supposed to go against culture, then silence would be they would resort to silence. So the success was at awareness. About the culture, they were moving from what they call pharaonic. I hope you're ready for this. The pharaonic process, which scoops everything out. And they said, okay, we can go to Suna, which is just pricking. But we kept saying, you have no business with that area because God created it as it is. And so for those who've been able to stand against it, are now also coming out to talk about it. So awareness, yes. It's a slow rate. Actually, I would say it's at around 97%. And it's quite slow in terms of the change. And change of culture would require interacting with other culture. Because I would talk also about myself and tell them I wasn't circumcised and I'm not less of a girl. I believe you'd want to have me as a daughter, and if I was ready for marriage, you'd want to have me as a wife. So that's about Somaliland and Somalia by extension.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting story. Thank you for that. Tell us about ActionAid International Kenya.
Thank you so much. And part of what I said, it's because I work for ActionAid, and I was in Somaliland for covering for their executive director. But I'm the executive director at ActionAid Kenya. We turned 50 years last year, and we are still celebrating because you hardly get to 50. You only get to 50 once. And
yes, you do.
Yes, thank you. I can see it. And for us, what's very, very important is to see justice and to see that we are addressing causes of marginalization, but not that we are the ones to do it as an organization. We also believe in the power that is in the people, which is the power that is within. But we also know that when you talk about power, it brings in those who are holding the power and those who are struggling to get it. And it's a process that can also lead to a little bit of conflict. So at ActionAid, we work with the rights holders. We call them rights holders because they have rights that have accrued to them by virtue of being born and being a citizen. And on the other hand, we also have the duty bearers who are supposed to be upholding your rights. So they have a duty of care and duty of to ensure that you attain your rights. So within the last 50 years, we've been able to work with communities in around 30 counties, if I can use the counties. And our approach is to ensure that the communities are able to speak for themselves. They are able to address the government in the day, whether it's the national government or the county government. But most importantly, they're also able to address their environment and what is keeping them in the conditions that they are in. So we started off as an organization in 1972 supporting, responding to emergencies. And despite responding to emergencies, there was no relief. And so the next question was probably it's because of the illiteracy levels. We jumped into schools and started building classrooms. We realized there was no change. And then we jumped into the next one and said, okay, who should be bringing this change? And it was very clear that we were tackling the problem from the wrong angle. And so we started talking to the community members, and they said what they wanted. So you realize that they knew what they wanted, but who was supposed to grant them what they wanted? Then we realized it's the government. And so we started building their capacity and enabling them to be able to talk to the government, to ask for what is due to them. And that's what we do with the women and girls in particular, and also addressing the barriers that are in their environment that would cause them not to actualize their rights, that would cause them not to enjoy life as it's supposed to be, that would cause them to live in marginalization, cause them to live in injustices. And that's why we exist.
So mostly focusing on women and girls.
Mostly focusing on women and girls.
The varied projects, from education to health to environment to...
Yes. Education, health, rights, economic empowerment, bodily integrity, where you can say yes and say no to matters pertaining to your body as a person, because it's your right. We're also now looking at climate justice.
So you're pro-choice?
Sorry?
So you're pro-choice?
It's a decision that you make.
Okay.
Yes. We're also looking at matters justice, climate justice at the moment, because we are seeing its impact. For the last 3 years of responding to a non-ending drought. And because of the repeat nature and failed seasons that have followed each other, almost 6 now, we had to really see how to connect this to the climate injustices that are happening. So at the moment, the communities know that there's something that is wrong, and that gives us pride that they know.
Explain the injustice concept in this conversation.
On climate?
Climate thing I understand, weather and all that
Yes.
I get. The injustice and how this injustice works within this particular sphere. Yes.
Thank you. So you know about climate change?
I've been told about it many times, yes.
What do you know about it?
But the climate changes from time to time. And in recent years, it's been changing adversely.
Adversely.
Yes, very, very adversely and unpredictably.
Affecting the ozone layer, ideally, if you can say it. And the way we tell people in the communities that blanket that prevents the earth from overheating is what is being affected. And what's affecting it? The gases that are being emitted. How are the gases being emitted?
Industrialization.
Yes, industrialization through use of fossil fuel and also industrial agriculture, greenhouse gases. And so we get to talk to people. But now looking at the justice aspect of it is who is emitting and how much are they emitting and what remedial actions are they taking and who has been emitting ever since. If you look at the South contributes just less than 2%. Though now there's a crooked narrative that people are saying even the South emits more. But we're saying, no, take responsibility.
How do we arrive at that exactly? And we're not industrialized. So if the culprit has been clearly demarcated as industry,
yes,
and we don't have that in any huge measurable form, so
exactly,
how is it that our contribution then becomes?
No, it's a claim to divert the focus, because as per COP27, okay, so this problem, we talk jargons.
Even this COP27 we've heard.
Thank you.
There are many COPs. By the time we get 27.
We are on 28 this year in December.
There are many, yes.
Yes. So as per the COP27 conversations, you are saying climate change is an injustice. And so you may talk mitigation, you may talk adaptation, but it's an injustice. Let people who are responsible pay up. Let people who are responsible ensure that they compensate people who are suffering and who are facing the brunt of the climate injustices. So we are demanding from the North that it's an injustice. First and foremost, you've industrialized through raw materials, fossil fuel from the South, carried it over to the North, continued to produce and use it, bring us back the petroleum, benefiting from it, and the North and the Southern countries don't benefit. Yet, the impact is on the southern countries. That's an injustice. So we are calling on them and telling them to take responsibility, to compensate through a loss and damage financing facility that countries can access and be able. So let's talk of floods. It will damage the roads. Tomorrow you need money for schools. The Kenyan government will put money on the roads, or will not put the money on the roads at all. Pay up so that the financing facility under loss and damage can be used to repair
Can sort
that
out
road.
this issue.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're also dealing with issues of children empowerment
Yes.
in this ever-changing world, and there's a program that you've launched, the Big Me campaign. You'll tell us shortly about it.
Yes.
But first, let's welcome our second guest who's joined us. Robert Wafula is the head teacher at the Upper Primary Regis School in Runda. Robert, good morning.
Good morning.
Karibu sana mwalimu.
Coming late.
Usijali mwalimu. You'll just go there and you'll see the head teacher Muga.
In fact,
he'll send you home.
Very cold morning. We will not ask you to partake of what we normally ask our visitors who are late to partake, running around this compound 5 times. You only run around twice.
Karibu sana for the conversation.
Asante sana.
And to this conversation.
Okay.
But let's start by understanding this campaign, the Big Me campaign, Susan. What's it all about?
Thank you. So the Big Me campaign is about starting early. Starting early. And it's a campaign that introduces children while in school to their aspirations, their career, their dreams. And to achieve your dreams, majorly we've seen people who've achieved their dreams, people who've interacted early enough with the people holding similar careers. So if I wanted to be a teacher, many a times it's because I see the teacher in class and I'm able to talk to him and he's able to solve some of my problems and he's able to tell me his story, his journey. But there are those who want to be engineers, but we don't have teachers as engineers or engineers as teachers. So then we are able to create that link. But we do it in a way that it also brings in the social concept that on this day, you dress up in your dream or aspiration. So I want to be a pilot. Then I'll come dressed up as a pilot. Already, it's a process that starts involving you, your teacher who helps you to think through it, and your parent who gets you the gears. So already they're part of it. Next, it's also a process that helps the student and the parent and the teacher to walk together through the journey of life. And through this, then they get to hold a Big Me campaign day. But most importantly, in the process, not that what they do is not important, but what the cream, the icing on the cake, is the fact that you get also to reflect and ask yourself, there are some students in this country who cannot dream because they are underprivileged, who cannot dream because they are marginalized, who cannot dream because they don't have the opportunity that I have. So while I'm dreaming about my career, how do I also reach out and help them? And that's why I'm saying starting early, to build in the giving culture, to grow it in the children. And so during that day, before the day, they're also able to raise funds with their parents, work with their parents to raise funds. And there's also a competition as you raise. If you raise more, then you're also awarded. But on this day, you come in and we organize also to bring mentors who come to engage with the students who pilot. And I hope one day we'll have one of you coming to talk to them, because many of them also say, I want to be a presenter, I want to be a TV presenter and radio presenter. And so they are able to come and interact with the students. So the aim, ideally, is to connect the children to their dreams and also the reality on the ground. What is happening? While I'm having an opportunity, how can I also work with a child who doesn't have an opportunity to be able to dream big? And so whatever they come and raise, we organize for them a community visit.
Right.
So it's also a process of working with the school to engage in community development, which is also meant to be part of our career, ideally. so that you're able to give back, you're able to reflect and also understand your environment.
Sure.
And in the process, they are able to visit a community. You can visit a school in Kajiado. Now sit with those girls and talk to them about your dream and see if they have a dream or you help them to start dreaming. And the impact rolls over.
It has. Yeah. Robert, how have you been able to see this play out at school? And how have you seen that it has impacted children who are going out into the community, but also for them being able to connect what they're studying with what they actually want to be in the future?
Yeah, we've not been very old in this campaign and in our partnership with ActionAid. We started last year in, I think, October. That was our first Big Me campaign. And at that time, many people, parents, teachers and students had not actually understood what ActionAid was all about. But after we had our first Big Me campaign, I think we raised, was it $500,000? Yeah.
As a school?
As a school. $500,000. And then we were taken to an immersion trip in Kajiado. Is it Elangata? Elangata, yeah. And yeah, that's when teachers saw the reality.
Immersion trip? What's an immersion trip?
Teachers and parents saw the reality. Oh, it's such a beautiful thing. So this year, we had our second campaign, Big Me campaign, the 26th of May. And you can't believe it. This time we did better because of having understood how girls out there cannot put food on the table, how girls cannot study in good environment, and how, people are suffering out there. So because of that understanding, we were able to raise 3 times our initial contribution, 1.5 million.
Yeah.
And ActionAid came in bigger and even, can I say better? Because we received almost all the... God, I think we were just lucky because we got all the professionals we had not received in the first campaign. And it has now...
What does getting all the professionals mean?
During the Big Me campaign, that day that we are supposed to finally hand over the contributions, we have different people coming to speak to the children and to mentor them. Just like she has said, you want to be a pilot, you're going to meet a pilot.
Right.
Or pilots, depending on how many people want to be pilots. You want to be an engineer, there'll be an engineer to talk to you. You want to be a YouTuber, all those kind of professions children want to be. Yeah, so this time around we got almost all of them. Actors, name them, they all came to mentor our children, and children were beautifully dressed in the professions they want to be. And it didn't stop there. It's like last Friday, ActionAid sent us more professionals. To them, it's a journey. They don't believe in a one-day event. They believe in mentoring children. Children easily forget. So that child who wanted to be a pilot, probably in the last campaign, will change to be a YouTuber because they have not been mentored along the way.
Right.
So they even made it better. It's a program that we have started, and our children and parents are very happy. We have seen the impact. And now what we are doing, when schools close, we take children, we attach children. We have actually introduced a program, I just forgot its name, I'll tell you, where children are now attached to the different professions they want to be, courtesy of ActionAid. Those who want to be pilots, we link them to JKIA or Wilson Airport. They go and work there so that they understand the intricacies of being a pilot. Being a pilot.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's take a break. The next one, you should ask those who want to be teachers, come fashion icons, come radio presenters, come newspaper columnists. CT will come. He's all those in one.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
And let them dress like this.
Oh, sure.
Let them have a beard as well.
They also have a beard. 27 minutes to 8. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, hosting Susan Otiano, Executive Director of ActionAid International Kenya, and Robert Wafula, who's the head teacher, Upper Primary Regis School in Runda. We are talking about ActionAid's The Big Me campaign and what it does, children empowerment in this changing world, making sure there's mentorship, there's understanding, there's children dreaming of their future. Are you dreaming of owning a home? Bomayangu.go.ke is the government's affordable housing platform. If you go there, you register, then your dream could come true. Bomayangu.go.ke or dial star 832 hash. Back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yolanda Mulwa, DJ Absolute. When the gang is together, got the sugar, got the spice.
Yorada.
Yes.
I have missed you like hot hamburgers. Eh?
Like hot hamburgers.
You know, bad boys give more money than you can count.
Hey, bad boys give more money than you can count. If it's fun, it's funky, it's fresh, you're definitely going to catch it here. I don't know what you do every day from 11 a.m. to 3 o'clock, but if I were you, I'd tune in to
Sugar and Spice only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So if you say it's on, then it's on.
Yeah. Cloudy conditions at 13 in Nairobi, highs of 20, lows of 11. We'll see lows of 13 in a partly sunny Nakuru, going to highs of 23. 18 will be the high in a sunny Nyeri at 13, and it's cloudy at 14 in Eldoret, highs of 21. 22 and sunny in Mombasa, highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 28 as well in a partly sunny Malindi at 25. It's cloudy at 20 in Kisumu, highs of 28, highs of 26 in a mostly cloudy Kakamega. At 19, it's cloudy in Kampala, highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 30 in a sunny Dar es Salaam at 23. 3 degrees and clear in Johannesburg, highs of 16 and lows of 3. And it's cloudy at 25 in Lagos, going to highs of 29. 33 will be the high in a clear Kinshasa at 20. Getting packed on the Thika Superhighway as you're now approaching the CBD, but again, manageable. Today is not too bad. Limuru Road is jam-packed. It's bumper to bumper, coming and going all the way from United Nations Avenue. We're looking at also traffic coming in on Kiambu Road, as well as coming into Westlands on Wayaki Way, actually leaving Westlands as well. Langata Road also starting to pile up and be busy. Jogo Road was busy from 6 in the morning and still continues at least for now. Likoni Road going on to the interchange and touching a little bit on the southern bypass has some traffic. All manageable. Again, remember, clouds are very low today. The fog is heavy and the mist is low. So please be careful and use your fog lights. You will need them this morning. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on Twitter. Keep things moving this morning.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
The Big Me campaign. Susan Otiano, Executive Director, ActionAid International Kenya, and Robert Afula, Head Teacher, Upper Primary Regis School in Runda. They're our guests this morning. City?
There's this term you used, immersion. I understand the word immerse, but in this context, what does it mean?
Yeah, just like Susan had explained, it's getting yourself from your comfort zone and going to experience the reality of life. Because I think we've been in this country and we understand. Sometimes you do these campaigns and you don't understand exactly what happens on the ground. So for you to support a school in Elangata, in Kajiado, and for you to support even in bigger and better ways, you'll have to understand what exactly it is that you're doing. So you go and immerse yourself and feel the reality on the ground. If they're talking about lack of food, you go and feel the lack of food there. If they're talking about lack of toilets in a school, you go and see the reality, lack of toilets. So you go there and then you adopt a project that you'll take care of. That is the immersion.
So do you immerse yourself for several hours, a day, a week, a month? How do you, because to be able to experience what these people experience, if you're there for a day, it's a flying visit.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, please.
The days vary. For children, it's more of a trip to the field. We haven't gotten to the aspects of probably accommodating in there, because if you're doing immersions like for adults, you have to live in that community. You have to spend your day with that family. You have to live the life that they live. It's ideally getting yourself away from your comfort zone, as I said, and dipping yourself into their reality. And essentially for us, it's for you to have the reality about poverty. What does it mean for this person to go look for food? You could visit a family, and when you get there, they have no food, and you will walk with that gentleman. If he goes to the market to ask for help, you're expected to go and experience what he goes through, because that is what will help you then start making decisions, start taking actions that ought to change lives, like that one life that you will have met. Because it's just one, but there are many in this nation. And so when you get to spend the night, you get to have a feeling. I would use my example. I go for an immersion every year, and I have to spend a night or two with the family. And if they will be staying hungry that night,
you stay hungry.
I can stay hungry, but if there are children in the house, then I would offer that what can you buy in the immediate? And she'll tell you, I'll go to my neighbor who will pluck for me vegetables, and then this boy will go to the posho mill and grind maybe 1 tin of maize. And that's what you do, because you're going there is to experience. So you don't alter the environment before you experience it. And now you're able to see probably the power of 100 shillings in this family. That probably to you, it's something different.
Susan, does the immersion happen the other way around as well?
For them to come in.
Do you host?
When we host them, we call it an exposure visit. Because we do it also with the aim of changing and exposing them to what life ought to be. So when students from Regis go to Elangata, they are experiencing what these students are going through. When the students from Elangata come to Nairobi, we now tell them that this is how a school ought to be. You ought to have sufficient classrooms, sufficient number of teachers. Now it brings in the advocacy component.
Actually, advocacy. Okay, go on.
Yes, it brings in that advocacy component, and you're able to tell them that the government is supposed to ensure it is your right to have adequate classrooms, a good number of teachers in the school. And when you do not have it, this is how you go about it, by asking for it. So they have their lived experience, and then they come and experience what having a full-fledged school with good number of classrooms, nice toilets, number of teachers who are well-educated, who are spending time to teach you, and they are able to go back and put that demand to the legislatures. And
I want to ask a few more questions on immersion, because I think this is the crux of it, isn't it?
Yes.
Because you can have the campaign and people can go for a visit, but in terms of the impact that it has on lives, especially then we're talking about what is your dream later, what is it that you want to be. I'm curious as to, for the children, what effect it's had on those who are visited and those who do the visiting. What have you seen has changed in their lives because they've had this experience? One would expect, obviously, for an adult who does not have a struggle having 3 meals a day, would be able to see a very different world immersing in a situation whereby people have to count, what you can understand the impact that would have on you in terms of gratefulness and then, gratitude rather, and all these other things. But for a child who is still in the formative years, understanding privilege and lack of it, what impact have you seen that this campaign then has on their lives, and how have you seen when they come back to school the decisions that they make or how different that they behave?
Yeah, our students have not had an opportunity to have an immersion trip. We have planned one on the 9th of September.
Okay.
Yeah, this year. And probably that's when we shall start seeing the impact. But in our small ways, we've, as Regis, we have adopted 2 schools, 2 slum schools that we've been working with. And we have carried quite a number of community service projects with the 2 schools. Hope Huruma in Runda, and there's one in Githogoro called Brilliant Junior Academy. Maybe I can respond in regards to what we have seen our kids experience in those 2 schools. For the last 4 years, our school is just 4 years old. We've worked with Brilliant. We just adopted Hope Huruma the other day, I think 2 months ago. Children who used to feel entitled, you know, children who live in Runda, children who live
spoiled brats. Let's just call them.
Okay. Couldn't understand that we have children of their ages going through deplorable life and stuff like that. So once we started that program, we've seen the behavioral change. We've seen children coming with the clothes that they don't use at home, not even forcing them. A child will just come to you, teacher, when I visited Brilliant, I realized there was a girl who didn't have this. So I've brought this. I talked to my parent and they have given me this to bring to them. So we have seen quite a big change, even in adults, the parents that we have in our school. Just like you had said earlier, there are people who have never known what it means to lack food. Parents have also been part of this campaign. Others have actually come up to help the school. Like I have a parent who has been giving teaching aids to Brilliant Academy for the last 3 years, because this is somebody who had not been exposed to such conditions. So we have seen the buy-in, we have seen the understanding from both parents and from the children.
You know, oftentimes in this room, we sit and we have conversations and we say, well, you know, there's a lot that needs to change, you know, the moral fabric, and, you know, start asking questions about, okay, how do we do this? How do we get the change? And, you know, CT professors a lot of the time that, you know, children of school-going age, if you start to inculcate some of these values into them, you'll be surprised that then what you'll be able to do. And we're not even talking about when they grow up, but we're talking about, because look at it, a child who has gone to visit another already has that change in their mind that, hold on a minute, I can actually do something as an individual that is going to impact the life of somebody else. I can behave in a certain way that will change somebody else's existence. And so the community idea starts to form in that child's mind at that time. Do you then see this as a way where this could be done on a larger scale? And we're not saying go blow it out of proportion, but we're saying bit by bit, that is how you start to chip away at these things that we are seeing are bothering societies today, bothering governments, bothering countries. Because children will impact when they go back home, they'll have a conversation with their parents. They will come to school, they'll have a conversation with their teachers. They will have a conversation with their peers. And slowly, would you see that it would be something that would use to chip away at this issue?
Thank you. Just to correct that, they are not spoiled brats. What would say they are children who are yet to appreciate availability or yet to experience lack. Let me use an example. Notre Dame. They also went to a Langatawas in Kajiado. There were 26 students. And when they talked to the students, when they came back, the very first thing that they were talking about, actually when they were going, they were very happy. But when they were coming back, when they were coming back, it was more of reflection. And by the way, this is what we do when we travel. We don't just travel and use people sleeping and waiting for the person driving to tell you we've arrived. We always have a topic to discuss. So as they were coming back, the facilitator asked them, what is the number one thing that you've picked today that you're actually going home and even back to school to implement? Leave alone the change, the advocacy, the modeling. And the students said, we will never waste food. And so you can see there's an attitude and behavior that is being impacted. We will never waste food. If you blow that into a bigger action, it's like saying the cake is big and it's enough for everyone. When I'm an adult, we can all share in this cake. I don't need to pull everything to myself simply because I'm privileged. And you can relate that to probably what's happening in the country. Why are we corrupt? Why do we want to amass all the wealth to ourselves? Disenfranchising others. There's no problem. Get wealthy. But let nobody be disenfranchised. So don't let a school miss classrooms because you're in charge of funding. And so when these kids are able to go back, and I just wanted to respond to what's the impact to this child from Elangata. When they go back, these are stories that they're able to tell their parents. But we also work on building spaces for children for public participation. Recently, we attended the Children's Devolution Conference, and children came from all the 47 counties, and they were able to articulate themselves. We want space created for these children because they will tell you a good school should have this number of classrooms. Right. A school of this number of population should have this number of teachers. They now know, and when you expose them, they start learning that actually I can speak without being condemned. But their actions has to be coupled with I would call it a higher level engagement. The immersions don't only happen for the students. In 2017, I went for immersions with the then head of, it was DFID, FCDO, now they call themselves, the head of DFID. And I went with Pete Vols to Korea. And he spent a night with a lady who had also gone through a cultural process. In Korea, there's what we call nyumba mboke. If I'm a woman, I'm rich and I can't get children, I marry another woman. She comes and bears children for me. I'll decide the men who will sleep with her. So it's cultural. You address all those. So you can imagine how these children are growing. Pete stayed in that home. In the morning, he woke up, picked his soap and his towel, and they went to the river to shower. And after that, they went to scoop sand, because that's her livelihood. And her children have to scoop sand before they go to school. So imagine that child meeting a child from Notre Dame. And when he came back, he actually went back to DFID and said, can we review our policies? We have chosen Northeastern to be our area of focus. But my experience in the Western Kenya also says there are people there who need our support. And he wrote an article. So that's the impact. That if you get policymakers, let them go for the immersions, it will affect the policies that they make, while you're also influencing at the ground and the demand. And you also bring,
so that the examples you've given, Notre Dame, Regis School, it's the privileged going to the underprivileged, and the impact that this is having on the attitudes of this privileged. Now, what's the impact on the underprivileged?
The underprivileged.
Yeah. When they visit Elangata, what do the children who are in Elangata?
So in the school in Elangata, the school is called Ewangan Sidai. The confidence that the children adopted was noted, because they are able to see their age mates articulating themselves. But it requires a little bit of input, more than what you do with the other side. And this is where we have the teachers who are also part of the program. The teachers in Ewangan Sidai are also trained. When you have these interactions, after they've left, what you're supposed to do is to start talking to the children. What do you want to become? Do you know you can dream and become who you want to be? Do you know you can stand up against anything that can stop you from completing school? Do you know you can actually come forward and report? Because in Elangata they practice FGM, and we have boys who are pulled out as Morans and they stop going to school. And so those were the conversations. So the conversations have started changing. But more needs to be done. And that's why we are here. That many schools need to come on board so that we are building this bridge and they are able to interact. And we are hoping, because it's something that started in 2019, we should be able also to go back and and again assess and see what is the impact and how can we improve it. But ideally, I would say, and I like talking from experience, I remember when I was in school, anyone who came to talk to us would always have an impact on me. I grew up in Webuye, near the paper mills. Anyone who spoke to me would always leave an impact. And it would take me thinking about how can I become like that person. So it's also changing the narrative, changing the mindset, and telling them that despite your context, you can still become who you want to be. Yeah.
You know, there's a reality that many people who of my generation experience that this generation think is a dream. And that was schools were schools. You more or less went to any school that was closest to you, and the likelihood of it being the same as the next school and was really high. But the disparity we now have, in fact, the schools people aspire to go to were public schools, not private schools. It's the complete inverse right now. Now, this program that you have, what is the dream? Since we're talking dreams, what's the dream? How far do you intend to take this?
Thank you. We have a country that has both the schools that we're talking about and also public schools. We would like to see the Big Me campaign in all our schools, number one. We would like to see the government say career conversations, the giving culture, the mentorship processes should be official processes supported with the curriculum. The giving culture should even be embedded within the education system. Because if you look at countries that give, they start early. They talk about it early enough. And these are the children who will grow up into adults like you and I and will be struggling to support somebody else.
You know, at some level, I feel, Susan, you're fomenting revolt.
Oh, really?
Yes, but the good variety.
Yes, the good revolt.
Yes, it's a good revolt, a good revolution actually, because as Nu mentioned, there's hardly any conversation we have here where I don't ask, okay, now, have you introduced this thing to the school children? I am a teacher, so it's a question I always ask, because if these young people get to understand and are able to stand and question things, because that seems to be the missing nexus in our conversation.
Exactly.
The Constitution gives the citizen
the right.
The citizen does not take up his right.
His rights, yes.
Okay? His whole inculcation, induction, and his whole approach to life is one of silence. It's called passive-aggressive. You're feeling angst, but you simply keep quiet about it. Exactly. And you find other ways of letting steam off. But if people can talk about it, it means the leaders can be held to account. It's something we don't do. If leaders are held to account, the very thing you're saying will become a reality. Because they will know.
Exactly.
That if you don't do what you're supposed to do, you are not going to get away with it.
Yeah, and to agree with you, because I still want to use the school in Elangata.
Yes.
When the classroom was built by Notre Dame, the following year, they were able to talk to their member of parliament through the CDF office. And they said, this classroom was built by this amount. And remember, it's brought in the children, the teachers, and the parents. This classroom was built by this amount. Even you, if you allocate, you can build the classroom. Simply allocate and we will have more classrooms. And they received classrooms from CDF. Yeah. So I want us to see how, we call it the theory of change, how it's molding into bettering and improving lives and getting people out of poverty and getting people from marginalization and injustices. Because unless you speak, that person who's holding power will continue sitting on it. Something has to happen to shake them. Yeah.
It's called shaking the tree.
Exactly. Something has to happen. And when you question, it starts happening because you prick people's conscience. And they are able to go back and say, if I don't do this, these people will expose me. Tomorrow, I'll need to go back to parliament. These are the parents who are voting. And so our programs, even if we work with the schools, they don't end with the schools. If you gave us money today, which I pray Spice FM will give us, for a classroom, we will bring in a component which is, we call it the software. So building the classroom is hardware. The software component is to bring the parents into the process and say, you have a right, you can go and ensure that you've prioritized your needs as a school and follow the budgeting cycle. You know, right now, the annual planning is almost beginning.
Yep.
But people don't know, then they will wait to say, you are not building a school.
Yeah.
So we teach them, they get into the process, and they are able to engage.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very well done. Susan, asante sana for joining us. You too, Robert. Susan Otiano is the Executive Director of ActionAid International Kenya. Robert Wafula, Head Teacher, Upper Primary Regi School, Runda. Keep it here for more conversations. Good morning, 8 a.m. In the next hour, we still talk about education.
Spice up your life.
Some very nice, mature music.
They really take me back to my days, and I can just feel again and enjoy the vibes.
Spice.
I'm a big listener of Spice FM.
You play the best music.
This is 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah has responded to Azimio's invite for a fast meeting to strategies for on the bipartisan talks. Azimio leader of delegation Kalonzo Musyoka said they have convened the meeting in light of the anxiety of the people and in the interest of a speedy resolution to the issues lined up for discussion. In a statement on Twitter, Ichung'wah said the invite was well received and they are ready for the meeting. Kalonzo said the joint meeting will be held at the Serena Hotel in Nairobi on Monday next week from 11 a.m. Fish harvested from Lake Nakuru is still not fit for human consumption, according to an October 2022 report revised by 4 researchers. The researchers say latest samples collected from 9 composite, water and sediment samples as well as 30 fish specimens have proved that Nile tilapia harvested from the lake is unfit for human consumption. This is despite the fish still flooding various markets within the country, putting the lives of consumers at risk. The Council of Governors has opposed the proposal by the state to amend the Public Finance Management Act to control tax collection by counties. COG Finance and Economic Planning Committee Chairman Fernandes Barraza said the proposal is part of the wider scheme by the government to claw back on the gains of devolution. The proposal seeks to amend the PFM Act to incorporate a committee chaired by the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury. The committee is to be vested with powers of approving proposals on tax collections by counties from own sources. A witness in the murder of LGBTQ activist Edwin Chiloba stunned an Eldoret court when she said that she had seen the main suspect in the trial, Jackson Odhiambo, and others carry a metal box from his house. The witness, who requested to have identity concealed, told the court that it all started on December 23rd last year when she saw Chiloba's household goods being moved from his house, yet he hadn't informed her that he'll be moving out. The woman, who was Chiloba's close friend, said that he later called her back to inform her that he'd asked Odhiambo to help him move his belongings. The trial will continue on November 22nd. Detectives are investigating an incident in which the body of a policewoman was found in a pool of blood at her house in Umasaini, Kajiado County. The body of Constable Diana Mwende, attached to the Railways Police SGR Emali, was found in the house on Wednesday night after a murder incident. Police say the suspect behind the murder incident is at large after he managed to escape from the scene while armed with a knife. Mwende's body had stab wounds on the neck and face at the time police arrived at the scene. Elsewhere, police are investigating an incident in which 3 members of a family died after consuming suspected bad food in Vihiga County. The victims are identified as Elijah Mwanga, his wife Betty Mwanga, and their 15-year-old son Francis. Police say the 3 complained of stomach pains and were taken to Vihiga County Referral Hospital, where they all died while undergoing treatment. Parents of students affected by the scholarship scandal in Finland and Canada have continued to blame Uasin Gishu Governor Jonathan B. and the county Senator Jackson Madago. They claim that the county leadership wasn't properly involved in the project that cost them millions of shillings.
We have the information. It's only that you didn't give us time to kuelezea, kwa sababu tumetoka na hiyo program all the way since Mr. Mandako akiwa kwa ofisi. You ran short of information kwa sababu huku tupea masikio. Otherwise we have the information. Sisi ndio parents ndio tumekuwa tukilipa. Saa hizi kwa sababu ndio chairman ya task force, wekea wazi kila mtu. Kuna something ambayo iko kwa hii account ambayo imesumbua. Inaitwa Uasin Gishu county account ambayo ilibeba 71 million. So I don't know kama kuna account nyingine ambayo ilikuwa inatoka transfer. So money was being transferred to that account.
And in the international scene, 5 people have been arrested after climate activists draped black cloth over British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's private mansion in a protest against his policy to max out the UK's oil and gas resources in the North Sea. The demonstrators from the environmental group Greenpeace managed to climb onto the Conservative Party leader's house near his constituency of Richmond in North Yorkshire. They used ladders and climbing ropes to access the roof, where they unravelled 200 square meters of oil black fabric to cover part of the mansion. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Obaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, a few minutes after 8 o'clock, and traffic on Friday is not too bothersome. On the Thika Superhighway, it's coming in towards Survey, but before that, not too much of an issue. Limuru Road had packed up quite some earlier, and we're seeing that it's fizzling out, at least for now. On Jogo Road, it was busy from 6, and it'll get towards Landings and open up. Not too much in terms of traffic in the city this Friday. Let's see how Friday turns out. Spice FM KE on Twitter. Let's talk there and keep things moving this morning.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Another way to start your day is as you are jogging in preparation for the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, which will be on the 29th of October this year. You have your earphones on, you're listening to Spice FM. You know, combine those two. Yeah. So you're preparing for the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. You are receiving the big communication, the big conversation. You're also listening to Kenya's biggest conversation at the same time. So the 20th edition of Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon takes place on the 29th of October. And what you just require to do today is go on to nairobimarathon.com and register with only 2,000 shillings. Thereafter, start your preparations for it. Ni namna hiyo tu. And for those children who are on holiday now, do.
Yes. So GoTV has something for you. All you have to do is log on to my GoTV app and dial *423# and download the app, and you can get onto Family for 2,999 shillings per month. Kids are on holiday, and there's all sorts of fantastic programming lined up for you. What is it that you fancy? Channels Kibao essentially is what we're being told, and you can have a world of experience and edutainment on my GoTV.
Indeed. The president has a council of economic advisors, And that council is chaired by Professor Dr. David Ndii. One of the members of that council is Professor Vincent Machuki. He's the advisor on education. He's our guest. Good morning, Prof.
Good morning, Alec.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have the president's men sitting on the hot seat of the Situation Room.
My pleasure.
Especially soon after the radical changes that have been proposed by the president's working party on education reforms.
Sure.
You're here so that we can explain. You can explain to us what exactly is going to happen, how we're going to see our education sector looking in coming years. But to welcome you to the conversation, CT has the day's proverb. This week's proverbs have been from the Republic, the Federal
Republic of Somalia. Yes, and this is our last proverb for the week from Somalia.
Okay.
The oldest man in the family and a midwife do not tell everything they know.
The oldest man in the family and a midwife do not tell everything they know.
Yes.
Prof, what do you think the Somalis are saying?
I think what they're saying is they want to leave room for self-discovery.
They will not tell you everything.
Yes.
Go find out some things for yourself.
Yes.
Hey, City.
You know, this one, this is the beauty of asking people. The way proverbs resonate with the people, it's so fascinating to hear. Because I could never have thought of it that way. Could never. And yet when you say it, it sounds very clear. Yes.
Yeah.
So it's big.
Thank you.
You need to discover a number of things for yourself.
Yes.
Through experience and, of course, going through the terrains of life so that you get to know.
Yeah.
You need not to be told everything.
Yeah.
And even in our education system, you have the formal education, you have that which you are born with. So you need not to be told everything. Yes. There is that which you learn.
You learn something.
Yeah, you learn something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Prof, what were you doing before the president picked you as his advisor on education?
Okay. I was a director of the University of Nairobi, Kisumu campus. And I have been director for 6 years. So my term of directorship was ending in September last year. I could not be director of a campus if I was not a member of the university's academic body.
Yeah.
So in the University of Nairobi, that's where I've grown, having been taken in as a tutorial fellow, grown through to be lecturer, senior lecturer, and a professor in a period of 11 years. Yes.
Good stuff. So the president picks you as his education advisor among the other advisors that he has on food security, on economy, on everything else.
Yes.
When the president was akiweka Biblia chini hivi, there was a whole conversation about our education sector. We are changing our curriculum. We have issues with universities that are completely insolvent. We have issues with tertiary education. We have issues with people's ability to actually take the children to school on school fees. And all those things, the first thing that we saw the president do is appoint this working party on education reforms. The report is out. It has very many recommendations, starting with how we take our children to school in the early education program, into the primary years, into the secondary years, which we are no longer going to be calling them secondary, and into tertiary and university education. These are far-reaching reforms.
Sure.
Ndu. Just some highlights.
A few of those, which Working Party told us about. Firstly, that the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development will reduce learning subjects. So we're seeing a reduction in those. That was one thing that came out because the load seems to be heavy, right? Sure. So we're looking at a reduction from 9 to 7 in lower primary, upper primary from 12 to 8, junior from 14 to 9, and pre-primary to have 5, and senior school to have 7. Big difference from what we see today. Yes. School capitation is to be increased, and then you will have double capitation to 2,000 for the primary level, 2,000 and some on top, 15,000 for junior school, 22,000 for senior school, right? 19,000 for special needs institutions, and 38,000 for boarding. Right? And they've said now that these will be renewed every 3 years. Another one that stands out is that primary school will be called comprehensive school, high school or secondary school will be called senior school. And so there's two demarcations, one to the other. It's going to be very clear. There will also be a one council that coordinates bursaries. So there will be no question about where you're getting assistance from. Is it your member of parliament? Is it the president's fund? Is it one council? And they will be responsible for all of that, which I think is fantastic, but okay. There will also be the decategorization of schools, and that's a big one because national schools, county schools, ex-county schools, sub-county schools, that will be a thing of the past. Everybody essentially on the same playing field. We've also seen that they've suggested or looking at making sure that teachers will go through retraining while on the job for the CBC curriculum. We've also seen that they've suggested that instead of schools will now go towards STEM or other programs. So you go into programs as opposed to now having to fight for marks in an exam.
It's called career paths.
Career paths, yeah, exactly. Going now to higher education, that institutions will now leave the Public Service Commission in terms of recommendation for DVCs and VCs, and university councils now will make those decisions in terms of who those will be. We've also seen that there will be accelerated educational programs for marginalized groups and learners with special needs and adult and it's 14 of them. There's a raft of, but these are some of the ones that stand out today. Yeah. If we start with the decategorization of schools, I would like to hear what your thoughts are about this in terms of how it is going to be implemented, because it's great to say it, but what happens? Will we wake up one morning and we'll be told all schools up for grabs, go?
Thank you very much. Some clarification, Latiff. When the president appointed the Council of Economic Advisors, there was no designation that you will be advising on education, you will be doing this. As the Council of Economic Advisors, we advise the president across all sectors of the economy, and most importantly, the priority areas in his economic transformative agenda. But you realize that in the composition of this council, we have different specialities and the professions. So you'll find cutting across in education, you'll find there is investment climate, you go all through, and a number of things.
I see.
So it has to be very clear that we focus on the president's priorities and deliveries in his plan, the transformative agenda. I happen to be from the academia. Dr. Ndi is academia. We have a professor there who is a professor of law and so forth and so on. So we cut across the various sectors of the economy. Back to the question. We are not going to wake up in the morning and find that the categorization has taken place. The wisdom of the Presidential Working Party was informed that a number of these reforms will have to take place. And what you have not accessed maybe is the proposal of the implementation framework and the implementation metrics. In this report, there is an implementation action plan. That there are those that will be implemented. You realize that even when this report has been released, there was an interim report, and the implementation has already taken place, right? And at the final presentation or submission of this report, the Presidential Working Party has provided a very clear time frame for the implementation of the different recommendations that have been put forth. And therefore, one of the considerations that are going to be critical in implementing these particular recommendations, there is a requirement of policy as well as legal and regulatory framework to inform the various recommendations in terms of implementation. So we are not going to wake up in the morning and then find a particular school that was a national school has been categorized along the various career paths. What is going to happen is that there will be, and they have proposed a very clear way, there is a ministerial implementation committee that will be established, and that ministerial implementation committee will interpret the implementation action plan that has been developed, and then do an assessment, look at the various schools, look at their areas of strength, their capacity, and then be able to actualize this within the particular timeframes that have been set. Some of the reforms, as I've said, have already been implemented. Others are going to be implemented along the different timeframes that have been provided in the implementation plan. And then we are going to see some others waiting for some of the reforms. There are some legal, regulatory, policy frameworks that have to be in place to allow for that particular implementation.
Okay.
And therefore, there is a specific timeline for every recommendation that is to be implemented.
I'm looking at the report.
Yes.
The public schools categorization policies and implementation on access, transition, and costs. The recommendation is discontinue categorization of public secondary schools from the current nomenclature. The activities here would be undertaking an audit to establish the number and distribution of public secondary schools in Kenya.
Exactly.
Generate criteria for classifying schools in terms of career pathways while ensuring all regions have all the options.
Sure.
The responsibility here falls on the Ministry of Education. Timeline, 6 months.
Exactly.
6 months?
Yeah.
Prof? So what should we see after 6 months?
Within the State Department of Basic Education, there is a lot of capacity that is rolled out all the way. And already, these schools are known with regard to what particular areas that they will inform in terms of the career paths.
Okay.
And therefore, the view here is, in terms of assessment, there is the infrastructure already. And in the current system, where you have the National Education Management Information System, the different schools are already in their various current nomenclature.
Yes.
So it is a matter of having to develop that criteria. There has to be that capacity, and if you get to the most resourced state department is the State Department for Basic Education. And it is our belief, and from the Council of Economic Advisors that the timelines that have been provided here were never brought or were never put on board, having not considered the capacity and having not considered the urgency with which the recommendations have to be implemented.
You know, I can see the possibility, of course, of within a week, the State Department for Basic Education knows the schools that it has across the country.
Exactly.
So the thing of just identifying the schools, does not even require a morning. It's just, how many do we have? We have the numbers, okay? How many are national schools? How many are extra county, sub-county? We know.
Exactly.
Now, when we now go into career pathways, you could easily say Alliance would go into this career pathway, or any other national school could go into this career pathway. But a majority of our schools, Prof, are sub-county day schools. Now, if a sub-county day school in a certain village is then now given a certain career pathway, what does that mean about the children who would want to take another career pathway in that same village? They have to move to a different village to access a different school. It's a day school.
Okay. As you have read in the recommendations and what the specific activities to be undertaken, part and parcel of the activities to be undertaken is to consider a number of those aspects. And therefore, it will be very clear that within a particular locality, in a particular schools, the State Department will have to develop criteria that will enable the placement of the different students in their career paths. And therefore, just as we have seen in the past, the school where I went, for example, the time I went to that school, it was a mixed boarding and day school, mixed boys and girls. And there was another neighboring school that was the same formation. 1 or 2 years later, after I left the school, my school where I was converted into a girls' school, and the other one was converted into a boys' school.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And within that framework, therefore, and what you have asked, if students have to move, right? You discover then, where I was, the students who are boys moved out to the neighboring school, and the girls from the other school came to this school that is a girls' school, right? In terms of the career pathways, this is something that happens within the 4 years. The current high schools and second schools, you realize that there's Form 1, Form 2, and then 3, 4.
Yes.
You know, at Form 3 and 4, that's where students start making choices, right?
Yes.
And that is where now that criteria has to apply and place. But in the implementation of, full implementation of the competence-based curriculum, you will find that there is the senior, the junior schools and the senior schools, and therefore it will be possible by way of applying that criteria to locate students in their career pathways, because they have already been asked to provide for that information, and it will be possible. However, in any policy, and this we see as I specialize in strategy, and one of the things is that you have a policy that can be very brilliantly developed, but implementation is where you have issues.
Yes.
And that is what His Excellency the President has been very emphatic, and all of us.
And he says we must.
That implementation has to be clear and it has to be realized within the time frames. But there is no backtracking.
That is where my issues are.
Yes.
Looking at this entire implementation matrix,
yes,
most of these changes are to be implemented within 6 months, 1 year, a majority of them. A few others within 2 years. Only one to be implemented within 5 years, and some few others to be implemented within 3 years. Let me tell you the one for 5 years, according to this. Supporting technical universities with appropriate infrastructure for SNE programs. That to take 5 years. State Department for TVET and Industry, TVET institutions and development partners to be involved in it. The ones for 3 years are also in TVET, universities that were upgraded from TVET to progressively transfer services of academic staff who do not meet the requisite qualifications to each in a university to happen over 3 years. Something else to happen over 3 years, entrenching the Kenya School of TVET in the TVET Act and providing for its regional campuses, strengthening utilization of ODEL in TVET. Those are the things that will take 3 years. Everything else is like 1 year, 2 years, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. That's where questions come in. Are we really going to see a transformation of our education sector by 2025, Prof?
Let me say this. When the participation, all the participants in the presidential working party on education reforms, the different PSs, that is the PS for basic education, the PS for TVET, and the PS for higher education, had representation, and sometimes they will even participate.
Yeah.
When these timelines have been were put forth, there was adequate consultation. And even when these timelines have been proposed, there are those activities that are already ongoing. One of the beautiful things is that some of these recommendations, they are activities that you will find that they will not start from zero. They are already in
advanced stages.
In advanced stages, and therefore, when there was consultation that carrying out some of these recommendations will require this timeline and this timeline, the specific state departments had their input and therefore concurred with that. Now, when you talk about the ideal situation, you will really see that the recommendations put across and the timelines, if resources and the human capital required and the policy reforms and everything that is required is put in place sequentially, you will find this implementation, these timelines realistic. However, on the ground, there is what we called, what is deliberately planned, and that is exactly what we see in the plan. But there could be exigencies and emerging issues. And one of the things that happen is that we have to be flexible to look at the realities on the ground. And what the president has actually asked is that there has to be frequent evaluation, frequent monitoring to update. And if there are any challenges, they are brought, and the CS for education is up to the task to ensure that all those timelines are met.
Okay. Let's take a break. We'll continue the conversation shortly.
Thank you.
We are speaking with Professor Vincent Machuki, who is from the Council of Economic Advisors, the President's Council of Economic Advisors. He's here today. We're talking about the education reforms that have been proposed by the President's Working Party on education reforms, the implementation, what it means, the impact that this would have on our system. Bomayangu.go.ke is the government's affordable housing portal. Make sure that you are registered for this, for you to participate in owning any of these affordable housing projects that are coming up across the country, the only way you do this is by going to bomayangu.go.ke and registering, or you can also do it from your mobile phone, star 832 hash, star 832 hash.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No. It's about shipping up. You're my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man.
Emmanuel Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they'd been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raised a hand. Teacher, are you talking about the ship or a ship goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
cloudy conditions continue in Nairobi, highs of 20 and lows of 12. 17 degrees and partly sunny in Nakuru, highs of 23, and we'll see highs of 18 in a mostly cloudy Nyeri at 13, going to highs of 18. 22 will be the high in a mostly sunny Eldoret at 15 currently. And it's sunny at 24 in Mombasa, highs of 28. 28 will also be the high in Kakamega. In Malindi, where it's mostly sunny at 25. It's 21 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 28, and 26 will be the high in a partly sunny Kakamega at 19. Looking into Kampala, it's cloudy at 20, highs of 26 and lows of 18, and lows of 23 in a partly cloudy Dar es Salaam at 25. Warming up ever so slightly, it's 5 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 16 and 29 will be the high in a partly cloudy Lagos at 25. 21 and sunny in Kinshasa, highs of 33 and lows of 31.
Spice up your life.
All right, not having too much drama in terms of traffic today. We're looking at it still just at the Pangani underpass. Folks are being able to get down the Thika Superhighway with no problems. But just as we get to that, trying to connect with Murang'a Road is where it slows down some. Kiambu Road looks good as it does coming off of Limuru Road. Traffic is moving along steadily on Limuru Road coming in from Kitisuru, Ruaka, the Northern Bypass. All that looks good. Outer Ring is not causing too much of an issue. And it's also moving on North Airport Road going towards Outer Ring and the Eastern Bypass. All right, some traffic on Langata Road this morning is going to slow you down as you get towards the junction, heading out towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout. But apart from that, folks, you should be all right. Talk to us still, Spice of MKE on Twitter.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice.
9. The conversation continues with the President's Advisor on Education. Professor Vincent Machuki is a member of the Council of Economic Advisors. We are talking about education reforms.
Prof, I want to... You mentioned that in terms of implementation, that's where the bottleneck oftentimes is. And if we talk about these 14, they're radical. They are radical changes that are being proposed by the party. The implementation matrix, then, of course, to be made known, I guess, has already been, is in the report, and then will be made known to the parties. For me, I would hope that the angle of implementation would be really scrutinized, because for me, that's the make or break of all of this. I think you can bring about reforms as many as they stand on the seashore. Please do them. But if you can just see from what is happening today with the implementation of CBC, that should be flashing lights in terms of any kind of implementation you want to bring in the future. Right now, even though we know it is a progressive thing, the challenges that we've seen with the implementation of CBC in the country today are huge. Challenges of infrastructure, challenges of teacher training, challenges of books for grade 7, which started grade 7, which was the pioneer class of CBC, challenges of teachers who don't feel the need to go to these schools and teach, challenges of where grade 7 will be domiciled. I mean, the list is very long, and these are all factors of implementation. And for me, that is where the attention ought to be. If you're asking yourself, what would the challenge be in implementation? Just look at CBC. CBC is a glaring example of how implementation is a problem. So my question would be, in as much as you want to bring in these new or these reforms, where we are at the moment is a great and glaring example of how implementation is a problem. So how is that going to be handled before we even go to the details?
Okay, thank you very much. One of the things that you have said and you have repeatedly mentioned, the challenges of implementation. In the very early stages of conceptualizing and operationalizing CBC, and the whole spectrum of the issues that arose in the course of implementation, during the president's time of during the elections, there were very clear issues in education that had to be fixed. And given the magnitude of the issues and that arose during the early stages of implementing CBC, it was not something that one will do in a fortnight. And that informed the appointment of the Presidential Working Party. And how have they gone through in developing this report? Three-pronged approach. One, the Presidential Working Party looked at the global best practice. They then looked at the Kenyan situation. They did a very thorough situation analysis to look at the impediments in the implementation and also specifically in the conceptualization of the CPC. And then third, they went around the 47 counties to gather the views from various stakeholders, who some of them are the implementers, the parents, the teachers, and members of the public, right? And having found that there were these challenges of implementing the competence-based curriculum, then went ahead to point out what were those challenges. And as been pointed out in the report, the very clear aspect of the conceptualization as well as the implementation of CPC. They found very many glaring challenges. And what were those challenges about? The challenges were about on the holistic delivery of the competence-based curriculum. There were aspects of the curriculum that are essentially supposed to be in the competence-based curriculum, but they were not actually part and parcel of the initial stages of implementation. Secondly, they found out that the issues of quality assurance were a major concern. Of course, the domiciling of quality assurance and standards in the Teacher Service Commission and the Ministry of Education, then you find mandate issues and so forth and so on. Third, teacher training, management, and deployment. That was a major challenge. And fourth, the issue of financing and infrastructure development. All those then have been able to be analyzed and incisively synthesized to inform the current reforms so that the competence-based curriculum has its best to deliver But implementation was found to be a challenge, but most importantly, from the point of conceptualization, initiation, and looking at all that was required to implement a holistic, competence-based curriculum. Now, given those challenges, what is the focus in these reforms? And you can see the focus in these reforms is along how do we ensure quality and how do we ensure that the competence-based curriculum is well conceptualized and operationalized in its original and well-meaning form. Third, you then focus on the teachers. And as you've seen for the very first time in history, the government has been able to employ the highest number of teachers, right? And that was one of the key areas, in as much as these teachers then need to go through capacity building and retooling so that they are able to, you remember during the early times, the unions going to the streets telling teachers not to attend the trainings and so forth and so on. Of course, there were challenges, and those are the ones that you have, the current reforms are focused on. And for sure, I agree that, yes, a brilliant strategy is never, or a policy is never a guarantee for success. Success is realized when it is effectively and successfully implemented. And you then realize results, and those results are the desirable results. And that is what the Presidential Working Party has gone deep to dive into. How was this CPC supposed to have been implemented? And the kind of research that informed these recommendations are fundamental, because if you were to go into the working of the Presidential Working Party, there were different subcommittees. One of the committees that stood out is the Committee on Research, and research on best practice, research on what really happened at the initial stages of implementing the competence-based curriculum. And now when you look at that, you then point out the challenges. And actually these recommendations are meant to address those challenges. But then the question that has been posed is, how sure will we be in terms of ensuring that the challenges that have been witnessed before will not again be the ones that will be dogging the implementation of these particular reforms and these particular recommendations? And that is why it has been very particular. And one thing that is very clear is that the president has been well informed, and having been the one who knew the magnitude of these challenges and appointed the Presidential Working Party, there is commitment. And that commitment is all the way from the president to the CS and to the principal secretaries and all other players in the education sector. So we are going to see how to deal with those challenges of infrastructure. And you see the recommendations on financing. Challenges on quality. You are seeing the recommendations on how the Minister of Education will now have to holistically take up the quality assurance and the standards. When it comes to the infrastructure development and all that, then the different other stakeholders are brought on board. And combining the effort from the counties, from the members of parliament and all others to ensure that the capacity of the different schools and institutions in the entire education spectrum are well capacitated. One of the things that is also very fundamental is the human capital. the teacher management, teacher training. And that has been very clear in terms of which institutions are to be responsible to ensure that teachers are given internship, they are also retooled, and they are also a capacity built to be able to undertake this particular curriculum.
Prof, many of those challenges, even those ones that have been identified by this working party, appear to have been political challenges. Not necessarily that the professional and education experts who actually came up with the CBC were incompetent, and now we have 43 men and women who have looked at it and noticed the incompetence of the others on this. If it's about infrastructure, infrastructure had been recommended. If we are going to roll out this, we will need infrastructure. Why was there no infrastructure? Political decision, budgetary allocation. If you look at teachers, hire teachers. Why were teachers not hired? Political decision, budgetary allocation. If you look at quality assurance and the overlapping agencies that are running education, TVETA, TSC, I don't know who, University Council, Ministry of Education, political decisions. So many of these challenges are political in nature. How are they going to be addressed?
Latiff, I may agree or disagree with you.
Which one do you want it to be?
In terms of political, what do you mean political? And my own understanding and the wider meaning of politics is about interests.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And the interests, in another language, these are stakes.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And the stakes are held by stakeholders. Right?
Yes.
And during the Presidential Working Party's engagement, that is why they were to engage the political context within which the reforms have to be implemented is a political context. And this political context is where you have these stakes. The stakes from the learners themselves, the stakes from the teachers themselves, the stakes from the political leadership, and the stakes from all other players. So one of the things that you see in that particular report are the views of stakeholders, because you have emphasized that the challenges were political. And that is why a number of stakeholders had to be engaged. A number of stakeholders across the 47 counties had to be engaged, so that if there were any areas where particular stakeholders felt that their issues were not taken into account, they are now brought on board. Right? Secondly, at the very highest political decision making, this is an area where the president has himself taken leadership. So, one, there is what is called political willingness and the political capital. All the stakeholders in the education sector now have to take advantage of the political capital that has been deployed by the head of state in the implementation of these reforms, right? And that is where it starts. How has it been exhibited? The Ministry of Education is the one that has been allocated 30% of the 2023-2024 budget. 630 billion, right? For what reason? To ensure that the president's agenda of making Kenya competitive on its most abundant resource, the human capital, is developed. All the way from the pre-primary to the university.
Prof, as you mentioned the money, I was going to be my next question, because this is not the first time that we've seen education get such a large chunk of the budget.
Great.
Habitually, education gets a lion's share of the budget. And here's a feeling question for you. Do you feel that in the past we've seen the proper absorption of this budget? Do you feel that the amounts allocated to education across board have been properly and efficiently absorbed? And there's a reason why I asked that.
And you have asked about my feeling.
Yes, yes.
Feelings are not necessarily factual things on the ground.
Exactly.
Because you may need to get into the numbers, right? What my feeling could be is that, yes, the Ministry of Education has always received a huge chunk of resource allocation in the budgets. But my feeling will be, in terms of some sectors of the education, the resources must have been used for the purpose for which they were meant, but there could have been pockets of wastage.
Okay.
Pockets of wastage in terms of deployment of those resources.
Okay.
And also, some sectors were deprived of resources, like the higher education was for a long time been deprived of resources. And that is why there has been a crisis.
Early education as well.
Right.
ECD, many could argue as well.
Education is one of those functions that are devolved. ECD is county government, and the lower level vocational trainings are county government functions. And therefore, for purposes of ensuring that the national government and the county governments work together, it is not national government to police
what to do,
to police the counties on how to manage such. And that is why you saw some counties have actually taken on board the ECD teachers on permanent and
pensionable terms. All right. Now, based on what you've said, there could be pockets whereby this efficient absorption did not take place. There could have been wastage, here, lack of priority being applied across board for whatever reason. Now, based on what you said previously now, what guarantees that moving forward there will be efficiency when it comes to the usage of this money that has been allocated from the budget for education? What guarantees that is the president's resolve to make sure that education as a function then is efficient? Is that the guarantee?
There is that guarantee. There is that guarantee, and I can tell you why. For the first time, the president himself will sit in a budget a process where the different state departments will bring all their programs and those that are aligned to the priorities of the current administration, and bit by bit they explain and they demonstrate which specific program, which specific project are the resources going to be deployed for, even when they make this budget. And having had the privilege of sitting in that particular process, the president himself will sit in there for a whole day.
Yes.
Right? And going into granular details, wanting to know how these resources, what is the rationale behind, who is going to be responsible for what, and so forth and so on. So at that point then, and the recent signing of the performance contract, and the president led that exercise, of course, through the Prime Cabinet Secretary. That has been assured, and from the assurances that the resources that have been earmarked for implementing specific
programs, specific projects within the various state departments and in the ministries. There have been deliberate efforts to ensure that mechanisms are put in place and they are being led by the specific agencies to ensure that those resources are utilized for the purposes for which they have been allocated. And for sure, there is now a requirement that the budgetary utilization of the resources, there is going to be continuous reporting, right? And from where we sit, we think that can actually fast track.
So it enhances transparency and accountability.
Exactly.
On government projects.
Yes.
On budgetary allocation, utilization, and therefore implementation.
Yeah, sure.
But all that is because the president is on who's asking the questions. The president has too much work.
So we're essentially saying that if the president is not there asking the questions, then we're not really sure if these things will happen.
Does that not then say that the president doesn't trust the people who have been tasked with these duties, that he has to superintend these things in such fine detail?
Line by line.
We have different...
Prof, answer this question after the news, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Right? Let's get to the news, and then we can continue the conversation. We'll have a Health Friday conversation this morning on breastfeeding at the workplace. Our guest has been unable to arrive, and she's had an emergency. So we'll request the professor to stay on with us for a bit longer, right? So we can continue with this conversation. There's a lot. We have not even started touching on students who finish secondary, going to NYS or community service or whatever this thing is going to be. So are we going back into NYS, post-secondary school, or what is this that we're talking about? Keep it here for that. Good morning, 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Some very nice Machua music.
They really took me back to my days, and I can just feel and enjoy the vibes.
Spice.
I'm a big listener of Spice FM.
You play the best music.
This is 94.4 Spice FM.
The news at the top of the hour on Vibes Radio.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Umbaga. Saudi Arabia recorded the highest number of deaths in Kenyan migrant workers in the Gulf region over the last 3 years. Labour Cabinet Secretary Florence Bora says that 283 Kenyans died in the Gulf region, mainly domestic workers who left the country for greener pastures.
It should also be noted that Kenyans get medical attention in the kingdom. Their residency status should be legal, and those who have vacated their contracts or are known as runaways usually face a challenge in accessing health services. Disputes. A total of 175 dispute cases were reported in the last 9 months in 2023. The conflict revolved around unpaid wages, change of employer, workload, exit after concluding employment contracts, medical treatment, injury, being held in the recruitment agencies, accommodation without being allocated employment, runaway employees, residency ID, travel documents, and irregular extension of contracts.
CS Bora also said that the government had signed an agreement with the Saudi or Gulf government in order to improve the safety of Kenyans working in the countries to avoid various deaths.
The ministry has followed or done the following measures to secure the welfare of Kenyan migrant workers in the Kingdom of Saudi. A multi-agency technical committee with representation from the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, and Office of the Attorney General have prepared amendments to the BLA, and the same has been submitted to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for consideration. Number 2, established a Labour Attaché office in Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In addition, Labour Attaché offices have been established in the state of Qatar and United Arab Emirates, where we have our officers placed, and they are the only 3 Labour Attachés that we have.
National Security Advisor Monica Juma has said that attacks on services aren't uniquely Kenyan issues, adding that numerous systems around the world experience attacks every day. Juma said the critical thing about it is having the capability to detect and respond to the threat either before it's executed or immediately after it has been executed. Last week, key government institutions faced challenges after a devastating cyber attack crippled government services and triggered anxiety in banks and mobile money apps.
Critical risks to the world, critical vulnerabilities are increasingly falling off the radar or assuming a lower priority, and particularly risks that are transnational because they do not compete well with domestic pressure. This population is a very vulnerable population because it's engaging with technology on a minute-by-minute basis. And so it is important to think, how is technology driving? How is technology exposing our young people to radicalization?
The government will today deliver 17 tons of BT cotton to Busia, kicking off Kenya Kwanza's plan to revive the sector. Busia targets to plant a total of 11,253 acres in the first phase, with the ultimate objective being to put 42,000 acres under cotton production in the county. The project targets to produce at least 800 kilograms of lint and cotton seed cake per acre, which will translate to more than 9 million kilos, 3 million kilos of lint and 6 million kilos of cotton seed cake. Already 82,000 bags of fertilizer have been delivered to the Malaba NCPB depot, ready for disbursement to farmers. Fish harvested from Lake Nakuru is still not fit for human consumption, according to an October 2022 report that was recently revised by 4 researchers. The researchers say latest samples collected from 9 composite water and sediment samples, as well as 30 fish specimens, have proved that fish harvested from the lake is unfit for human consumption. This is despite the fish still flooding various markets within the country, putting the lives of consumers at risk. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, through to the Pangani underpass is where there is traffic today at that tunnel. That's really the most of it. Coming off the Thika Superhighway, that's been clear for a while now. I guess it's going to continue just so. Jogo Road is what is busy now, going towards Landis and then Landis onto the Kamkunji roundabout. Apart from that, most getting into the city and leaving is not a headache. Not this Friday, at least. Visibility has been an issue this morning in a lot of parts, so I think it still is in some. Let's just watch out for that. Let's talk on Spice FM KE in about half hour or so, and we see how things have opened up.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your...
Welcome to the final hour of the Situation Room. This week, it's Friday, the 4th of August, 2023. Bomayangu.go.ke is the government's affordable housing portal, and the government wants you to register on it, okay? They're not collecting your iris information. You just go in there and you register your name, your ID. And once you register, then you start saving towards a house that you identify from any of the ongoing and some completed affordable housing projects across the country. Select one, see the price, contribute about 10% of that, and then you qualify for ownership of that. One of the ways of owning the home is rent to own. So you pay rent over a number of years. As you're paying the rent, you're getting to owning the home.
Raha inashika Go TV, and this holiday is even better. You can cheer your toddler up with fun programs like the Super Kitties on Disney Junior Channel 82, and your Monday morning will be sorted out just like that. At noon, it's Bluey still on Disney Junior. After that, hand over the remote to your preteen and let them enjoy Miraculous every weekday from 4:15 on the Disney Channel. If your children are happy, you will definitely be happy. Download my Go TV app or dial *423# if you stay connected to the fun. Go TV. Love it.
Our conversation continues with Professor Vincent Machuki, who is with the Council of Economic Advisors, the President's Council of Economic Advisors. He is an expert on education matters. We're looking at the education reforms that have been proposed by the President's Working Party on education reforms. CT, let's begin with the day's proverb.
The oldest man in the family and a midwife do not tell everything they know.
The oldest man in the family and a midwife do not tell everything.
Yes, please understand, the oldest man is not the midwife. Yes.
And the midwife is not necessarily the wife
of the oldest man. Yes.
Okay. So we're not talking about a couple here.
No.
And the midwife does not necessarily have to be the oldest woman.
No.
Okay.
No. She's just a midwife.
Okay. So, Prof, a lot we're talking about on education. Now, CT has been taking notes.
I have.
Question number 1A.
Question number 1A. When you look at the CBC, or when you look at any educational system that is brought in a setup where there's an existing system, what in essence is being communicated is that that system may have met whatever purposes it was intended for, and now a time has come for some changes to be brought about to perhaps inculcate what is deemed to be the way forward or the needs that the country may have in the future. That is me assuming and thinking that that is what is intended. Now, when we talk about the changes that are now coming about, we talk about a working party and the discussions around what they're doing. The question I want to ask is, to what end? What is it that we are hoping to see with this education system? All these things that we've done, all these wonderful people who have committed their time and energy to bring this, what is it that we want to see done at the end of it? Not in 6 months, not in the year. When we have an evaluation of this system, when students have begun from the very, very beginning up to the time when they come to an end, what do we hope to see?
Thank you very much. I will draw from two gentlemen. One is called Okoh, the other one is Olin, who long time advanced the theory of national competitiveness. And they said that for a nation to be competitive, it has to invest in a resource that is in its abundant supply. In Kenya, the resource that is in abundant supply is the human capital. The end result that you will want to see the education system is to enable the country to be competitive in terms of the development of the competencies, the skill set of its human capital. And you know, Kenya is known for the quality human capital that it produces, and for local consumption and even for export. And therefore, the reforms that are earmarked for this education system is to ensure that we have a human capital that is quality and that is equipped with the skills for the 21st century marketplace and industry. So, from the very early stages of the competency-based curriculum, there are issues to do with inclusivity, issues to do with marginalization, issues to do with value-based system among the citizenry, among the children. And then transitioning from the early stages of pre-primary, you go to junior, you go to primary, and you go to junior school and senior school, and then to university, and others getting to tertiary institutions like TVETs. All those reforms that have been put in place, the education system is ensuring that by the end of the day, one, we are dealing with the issue of development of the human capital, and then linking with the industry. And when you link with the industry, you are looking at the skill sets that are required, you are looking at the competencies required, and you are looking at how the education system then is able to develop such competencies for the industry. And in doing that, you are also looking at inculcating some other aspects in the education system, like, for example, leveraging technology in the delivery of the education system, and ensuring that at the end of the day, when someone leaves, the education system is able to be either self-employed or can be able to have the skills being relevant for the jobs of the 21st century, both in the private and public sector. So we then have to ensure that the education system speaks to such a kind of long-term requirements. And as you note, within the Sustainable Development Goals and also the African Union Agenda 2063, the issue of education and access to education is a human right. And therefore, the new system, whenever a new system is brought on board, is actually to ensure that it addresses to the needs of the requirements both within the country and outside the country, but most importantly, with the industry.
You know, the question, you've actually answered it really well. But what we would refer to as now question 1B, the system that we currently have has churned out individuals like yourself. An earlier one churned out people like myself. And if there were deficiencies of the magnitude that perhaps require an entire overhaul of an education system, then people like myself and yourself would not be relevant in this 21st century. Yet we are. Which means that the human capacity to adjust and adapt always comes into play whenever there are changes. The CBC is an overhaul. We haven't tinkered with the 844, we've overhauled it completely. And when you listen to the tenets that it has, they make perfect sense. Strangely, when the 844 was introduced, it had tenets very similar to this one, the practicality of the course. Problem was that some of the things that were in the 844, like the practice of agriculture, were a little tricky when it came to an urban area and schools that were bang in the middle of the town and with no space to practice any of these things.
Yes.
Okay? But even with the matters and the problem that bedeviled the 844 system, oddly enough, the people who've gone through that system, and the measure is when these students go abroad, they perform very well. Now, there are those who argue maybe they are late bloomers, maybe all sorts of educational type reasons are given for it. But again, I go back to the human capacity to adjust and to fit in with whatever circumstances. The argument then was the student was overloaded with subject matter. Yet the other argument was they were very well prepared because they were used to a lot of work. So when they went to university education, they didn't have a problem. There is a system called the IB system of learning. Mm-hmm. If you look at the load of work that children are given of a practical nature and the things they need to do, a child in the equivalent of Form 2 and 3 is being asked to write a book. Form 3. Yes, it boils down to that. And they are taught and they end up doing it. So these skills are fine-tuned at an early age. I'm simply saying, could we not have tweaked the 844 system or looked at some of the things that were probably
working?
Yes. Leave those in place, and those that had been in the conceptual stage at the early stage then implemented now. We've overhauled this entire system. I have friends of mine who are parents of children who are in that system, and they talk to me of sleepless nights where they're working with a child with a project until midnight to ensure that that project is done. Good for the parents. They're actually immersed into the system, but the question of to what end still comes in, because when you look at the content and the practicality of it, everything that you say is beautiful. Our problem may not even be the implementation. Our problem may be the supporting infrastructure and everything else that is required to make this thing work.
For example?
The number of teachers who are required. There's this thing about the teachers not being trained. Now, I came from an era where there's something called in-servicing. Every school holiday, you would go and learn a few more things that you hadn't learned before. And you actually did. And so you are updated and you are upgraded. When the amount of work that you've described has gone into a process, and the supporting system, and the supporting structure that is then required to implement it is not in place, you then feel that all that effort is actually wasted, because money will be allocated, but there is no guarantee that the problems that have bedeviled us in the past when it comes to implementation will be gotten rid of. There are plans in place, yes, but you see, the problem is not the plan. The problem is the human element that always does the very thing they're not supposed to do.
Yes. Can I get in?
This particular dramatic pause is precisely for that reason.
Exactly.
So that you can get in. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, among the issues that you have pointed out are issues that Latiff was talking about, political, right? You could be having your view with regard to the effectiveness of an education system. But until and unless there is empirical evidence that informs what is not working and what is working and what needs to change and to what direction, then all of us could be having views that may not be anchored on empiricism. And therefore, at the point when the 844 also replaced another system.
So they said.
Right?
So they said.
Isn't it?
It was meant to.
Yes. As I said, so they said.
Yeah. Right? So, at the point of introducing the competence-based curriculum, a lot went into researching the efficacy, right, and the delivery and the appropriateness of the 844 system. And I agree with you that, yes, there could have been a mechanism of tinkering the 844 to bring on board some aspects that had actually been lost. Because at the initial stage of the 844, all these practicality and immersing students into practical things of life were the issue. And as you have said, you went through the system before 844. I have gone through the 844 system, and we are here, and we are relevant. But policy changes are informed fundamentally by the research, and this is what happens with the transition from the 844 to the CPC curriculum. And of course, a lot of resistance and all that, but the policymakers, the leadership at the time was convinced that the competence-based curriculum is the way to go, based on advice from the education stakeholders, and more especially those at the helm in the delivery of the education system in Kenya. And therefore, part and parcel of what you have pointed out is true to the extent that it is backed by evidence. But if you go to the Ministry of Education, or you go to the those who are
KICD,
develop policy and look at all these things, you probably will get a very clear trajectory of how the education systems in Kenya have transitioned from one to the other, informed by the needs that the changes have to address. They are driving forces for the change, and they are constraining forces for the change. And in that context, then you find it is actually a whole political context where you have those who are for the policy change and those who are not. And that is why, in this particular context, that was a key component. The other aspect is about, does this education system address the needs of the current market? That is the key question. And does it also transition the country to be competitive as envisioned in the Kenya Vision 2030 and the other global policy directions?
You've raised a pertinent point. If you look at the 844, which really is a system that has been preeminent for all these decades, would we say it has met the needs of the country? I would say yes, it has. Because the biggest foreign exchange earner are remittances. The bulk of these people went through that 844 system. There is absolutely no way they would have fitted into those countries they work in and live in abroad if this education system had failed them. That they're successful is testified by the remittances. So that 844 system, we can say all we like, but it worked. Otherwise, what we are seeing now would not be the case. And as for the competitive advantage, other countries also send their people abroad. But why is it then that we see what we see in this country? Let's look at the region and look at many of the industries that we have. Say the hospitality industry.
Yes.
It's dominated by Kenyans in the region. It's a system that we have here. It has its failings, its weaknesses, like systems must. Anything that human beings have brought into being will reflect human nature. It will have failures that human beings have. But the successes are overwhelming. We see it. So, and again, it's the 844 system. I could make the same argument for the previous system, the one I went into, which you had Form 5 and 6. I could make even the same argument for a system that was before then, when technical schools existed and schools that taught people home science. All these things existed, and it was
still there.
Yes, I could make the same argument for them.
And the counties.
And I could point and say, you can see the success stories of these.
But is it the system or is it the people?
It's the politics, because this great need, first of all, to have brought in the 844 in its entirety, it was questioned then. I am questioning the same about the CBC. I am not saying that there is no need to change. I'm saying there is always a need for change.
Why will there be need for change?
Relevance, really. Just to make a simple case, just relevance.
It's to upgrade.
Yes, essentially, to upgrade. That's really it. You need to upgrade.
The only question is, what is the rate and amount of change, right?
Yes, yes.
That is the question.
Yes. That is the valid question that you want to ask. So, a complete overhaul bespeaks of a failure of the previous system. Hence, this need to more or less obliterate it. Yes, please.
Is CBC an overhaul of 844?
I just wanted to ask him that question.
Actually, it is.
What do you mean by overhaul?
It is. It is an overhaul when it is presented. But when you look at the practicality of it, many of the things that were not implemented in the 844 have been brought into it.
So what does that mean? Is that an overhaul?
Let me go back to my earlier statement, the politics. It's being called the CBC when it could have been the 844.
844B.
Yes, upgraded. You see,
844 plus.
The overhaul is in the speaking and the terminology of it. And yet the practicality of it is not quite that.
iPhone 14, iPhone 13.
iPhone.
Is there anything in this report that talks about overhaul? Or is it the nomenclature and the packaging of that system?
It goes beyond packaging because when you have a curriculum, it is followed by content, or it is accompanied by content. And in the content, there is the understanding that there will be new things. And when you look, it is not really new, not in essence. What may be new is a new subject matter. For instance, the days when people like I were in undergraduate work, the ICT didn't exist.
Exactly.
Okay?
Yeah.
And when it came, we had no idea what it was. Okay? But eventually, there is nothing that people talk about more than ICT. Okay? So, when you introduce ICT, that's completely new, and everything about it is absolutely new. If you're studying geography, it's geography.
Now, let me then put you into some stream of thinking.
Yes, please.
Look at the evaluation in the previous systems. And if you read this report, anytime there is an examination, what do you see?
Results.
No. When there is an examination happening.
Classification.
No. You see police.
Among the things you see
police. Among the things you see is police.
Yes.
And then it becomes a do or die, right? During national examinations and so forth.
Most definitely.
What does that bring into a child who is in an exam room?
Fear.
Competition.
Fear.
Yes, fear is one of the components.
Right.
I see where you're going, and I agree with you.
And yes,
I see where you're going, and actually agree with you.
Yeah.
By the way, just so that full disclosure, I am a teacher. This system that we speak of, I went through all of it, studying and I taught.
Exactly.
So, for me, it's lived experience.
Yes.
And understanding the changes that we're talking about within that particular context. And even the examination and the processes and so forth, I couldn't agree with you more.
And therefore, from that point of view, you want to move from a system that disaggregates and discriminates from a system to a system that is inclusive and that looks at a child and assesses their competencies cumulatively over a period of time.
It is a wonderful thing, though.
Right?
Yes.
And therefore, avoid this aspect of having an exam at the end of a particular period becoming like a do or die. And if you see at the progression, and what has been recommended is you have a component of evaluation that is school-based assessment. You have that is done at the end, summative. And by the end of the day, you then have these children being taken through other aspects that will build a holistic human being, rather than manufacturing someone who gets into an exam room and that determines their fate.
That defines them.
That defines them, right? And by virtue of this nomenclature, I'm happy that you've been a teacher, and the issue of choice of words, and that is diction. When you talk about competence and double click that competence. What does it mean? Is that you identify the child, and as you take that child through, then the competences are developed and identified, and then that is why at the end of it you talk about career pathways.
Okay.
Yes. Right? Career pathways. And without subjecting this student to this issue that you want to go to an exam because you are to be classified as you have passed so well or you have not passed, and they get into the temptation of cheating and all that, and then you militarize the entire evaluation system. That you have to have the police, you have to have all these and all that manner of things. Have it develop cumulatively.
Let's take a break. We'll continue shortly. We've talked about basic education. We need to talk about now post-secondary education.
Very good.
Universities, TVETs, because they are also getting some serious... serious what?
Reforms.
Those ones. Are you ready for the 29th of October? That is the Sunday that we will be running the 20th edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. All you need to do is go to nairobimarathon.com. nairobimarathon.com. Register. It's only 2,000 bob.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
James, hey, been a minute. What's been going on?
Maze, let me tell you about Maricela.
Okay.
She has wizard me anywhere. She's the best. She's reliable. She takes me to places I've never been, man. Akona quality, yani. She's never let me down, and I'm so glad she's in my life.
Wait, who are you talking about?
I see my car, man. Who did you think I was talking about?
Ebu, tell me more about this Maricela. Where did you meet and how can I get in?
Are you tired of searching high and low for a pre-owned car? Introducing Automark by CFAO, your one-stop destination for quality pre-owned vehicles. Visit us today at Bellevue along Popo Road, South Sea, or give us a call on 0711 050 000 to make the first step towards your dream car. Automark by CFAO. Driving your dreams forward.
Oh, finally! It's my Standard Courier delivery.
At Standard Courier, we know that your time is valuable. That's why we guarantee swift and efficient deliveries to your doorstep every time. Give us a call on 0793 599 684 or schedule your next delivery by visiting our website www.standardmedia.co.ke/courier. Trust Standard Courier service for all your courier needs. We deliver with pride.
15 degrees and cloudy conditions in Nairobi, highs of 20 and lows of 12. We'll see lows of 13 in a partly sunny Nakuru at 18, going to highs of 23. 18 will be the high in a cloudy Nyeri at 14, coming down to lows of 12, and we'll see lows of 13 in a sunny Eldoret, currently at 17. It's sunny at 26 in Mombasa, highs of 28 and highs of 28 as well in a sunny Malindi at 26. It's 23 and partly sunny in Kisumu, highs of 28 and lows of 18, and we'll see highs of 26 and lows of 15. In a mostly sunny Kakamega at 22. It's 22 and sunny in Kampala, highs of 26 and lows of 18. And we'll see highs of 30 and lows of 23 in a sunny Dar es Salaam at 27. It's 9 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 16 and lows of 5. And lows of 24 in a cloudy Lagos, going to highs of 29. Looking into Kinshasa, it's 21 and sunny, highs of 33. Friday going towards evening is 33 and mostly cloudy in Beijing, coming down to lows of 26. And London, a chance of thunderstorms rather in Paris, 16, highs of 22. And London is mostly cloudy, going to highs of 20 and lows of 14. Still Thursday night in New York, it's cloudy at 21 in going to highs of 27 and lows of 20 through Friday.
Some very nice mature music.
It really took me back to my days, and I can just feel and enjoy the vibes.
Spice.
The market listener of Spice
A
FM.
traffic challenge this morning, and then going through it, we'll see probably little bits and bobs of traffic as we go through today. Outbound traffic not bad either, going into the weekend. Still at that Pangani underpass, that little bottleneck waits you as it does on Landies going towards the Kamkunji roundabout. But apart from that, easy streets through most parts. Through the morning, talk to us on Spice FM KE on Twitter.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
2 minutes with the President's economic advisor, Professor Vincent Machuki. He's here to talk about the education reforms that have been proposed by the President's Working Party on education reforms. Prof, now, post-secondary education, there are reforms that have been proposed on this, on universities, on tertiary, and all that. Let's start with the idea that after senior school, children should go for some mandatory 3-month what?
Community service.
Community service. What is community service? Is it, remember the days of NYS, after 4th form, before Form 6?
No, it was after Form 6.
It was after Form 6.
NYS was after Form 6.
Right?
Yes.
Where students would go to NYS before they join.
They'll go to Gilgil.
Before they join university, right? Is this the same kind of thing?
No.
What is this now?
The community service is where the children are inculcated within society and are taken through some of the aspects. For example, if you talk about in health, if you talk about in environment, if you talk about in educational institutions, if you talk about in religious institutions and so forth, there are values that and ways of life that the children have to take on board within a very well planned and managed arrangement, so that what they have picked, like the competencies and skills, they find an environment where they can be part and parcel of the solutions to the societal problems and issues. Like, for example, when you talk about climate change, the children have to be inculcated into a system where they understand what it is and what they can do to mitigate the effects of climate change. So there could be programs along that. The children have to be taken through aspects to do with, if it is in agricultural institutions, they can actually go in there and be guided on what is it that they can do to understand the challenges of food security and also play a part in that. So when we talk about community service, it is not going to be purely the NYS arrangement. Components of it, yes, because you will find them in various streams of society where they can be taken through programs that can enhance the understanding of their skills and competence and also provide service.
Okay. How do you envision it? Is it to be managed by a separate, you see, like NYS would manage their post-high school community service, where they'd go into Gilgil and then they'd come out and there'd be some level of community service before they go into university and others. How do you envision this to be managed? Because we are talking about before tertiary and after tertiary. Before you go into tertiary, you go mandatory 3 months community service.
Yes.
After tertiary, you go into mandatory 9 months community service where you are given a certificate of compliance to show that you have gone through this. So who's to manage this?
The Ministry of Education. If you look at the recommendations, many of the recommendations are making reference to the Ministry of Education working with its various sagas or institutions to ensure that that program is implemented.
Okay.
And therefore, what we are going to see is that some of these recommendations here will require further programming, right? Because the implementing agency, the implementing ministry is the Ministry of Education. And then when you go down, you'll get the State Department of Basic Education coming in. And therefore, the State Department of Basic Education will then know which specific institutions to be able to come up with this particular program so that the children, once they leave that particular level before they transition, they get into this community service program.
Okay, so is it the service? So the community service essentially, from what we are seeing, is that you get some certain components of one, serving the community, but then also a view of the world before you get into work. And for 9 months in Nigeria, for example, the National Youth Service Corps is the one that handles this. You finish university, you go, but the purpose was to get students who've just finished that level of education to then be embedded in a part of the country where they have no knowledge of, they've never been to, so that they get into those communities and learn more about the country. And then they serve, they get a stipend, but they serve. Essentially, it's called service. They serve in that area, usually attached to the work, or rather the education that the course that they studied in over time. But it's handled by the core. The core handles it, and they know where they place students. You cannot get a job until you have that.
So it's like a CUSUPS for NYS.
Yes, until you have that certificate. But what it did is that it did three things. One, you got some kind of practice in the course that you studied. You saw lived amongst the people in a different part of the country that you were not used to. And then you got an understanding of how labor happens in the country. Looking at this now, do you think that the ministry has the capacity to make sure that everybody who leaves the tertiary right now would then go into this 9 month program, and it is upon that when you finish, you then be able to get a job? And what would be the core purpose of it?
Thank you very much. What you have alluded to and explained is the fact that if you look at the children and how they transition from lower primary to senior secondary and to university, a certain component that requires to be developed may have been missed out if they are not taken through to understand this part of life and how they can contribute. And therefore, that is why I have said that, look, the relevant state department, together with the implementing institutions, and they are very clear in the implementation plan, will have to make sure that that happens. How? With regard to its implementation, and the intent is that this is building a holistic child. An example are the children that go to schools in urban centers. They are only exposed to the technology in the urban centers. They are in. We know them. Different from the children that go to school in the remote or the rural areas. But you want now to have these children exposed to real life experiences where they can provide input that is related to and that is why you talk about the career pathways, right? Because it becomes very important that while this child has been taken through the practicums in schools, they have been taken through the different learning areas, there is need then to expose them, right, to the real life experiences within the various sectors of the economy.
Okay.
The question that has been asked here is, who is going to ensure that this happens, and in which areas? Is there going to be a separate arrangement like the NYS that will take them on board? I will say that is part and parcel of what will be determined by the relevant State Department and the specific areas where the children will have to be taken through in terms of their community service, both for the 9 months and for the other 6 months. Be very clear, right? And those are the implementation issues. But what is the purpose for it? Is to develop a student who is not, for lack of a better term, there was a term that was used at some point that this is a computer generated, right? Yes. So that you don't have this child who doesn't appreciate and understand the real perspectives in real life and in society. It is an aspect of socializing the children to understand that they have to play a role in terms of the socio-economic development and how they can be part and parcel of that prosperity. And by virtue that it has been made mandatory and it is a policy matter, then it means there is no option other than implementing it.
The funding issue is another one, and it's quite something. We've seen, a lot of things bordering on a fiasco when it comes to funding, especially for university education.
Yes.
One of the reforms, and I'm just going to read it word for word, is that to adopt a sustainable financing model for university education that combines grants, scholarships, loans, and household contributions for differentiated categories of students as vulnerable, extremely needy, and less needy, in order to address equitable access and inclusion in education. Now, one close to that is that another reform is to enact the proposed Tertiary Education Placement and Funding Bill to amalgamate health, the UFB, and the TVET Fund for Higher Education Funding Efficiency. Now, all of this essentially to say that it is known that students at the university tertiary level will need assistance when it comes to funding their university education. So the question is, essentially the funding available today is all going to come together and be under one, because there have been complaints that some people who access help actually don't need it. Those who really need it have not been able to access it. So you're going to categorize people according to their need, and from this fund then they will be able to apply and get the funding that they need. Will there be more money put into these funds? What will happen?
Thank you very much. Probably I need to give some kind of synoptic account of what has happened in higher education financing. The government in the year 2016-2017 came up with a funding framework for the universities called the differentiated unit cost. In that funding framework, the focus was the institution, was the university, because the universities were receiving capitation. And it was formulated that the households, that is the parents or the guardians, will take care of 20% and the government will take care of 80%.
Yep.
The component, what is called the differentiated unit cost, was not actually the actual cost of offering a program. There were elements of offering that program that were not included, and therefore, even when that was clearly pointed out, and even when the differentiated unit cost, the government will fund the students uniformly across, even those who did not need this funding. Students from able background, the less needy, could be funded. And the government will say, whether you need or you don't need, we'll fund you. The current funding arrangement is that we want to get to the bottom of the pyramid and make sure that there is inclusivity and there is equity. And that is why we then have to look at separating government placement from government funding. Previously, that when you apply to be placed in a university through the Kenya Universities and Colleges Placement Services, CUSPs, you automatically qualify for government funding. Currently, that placement is not automatically equivalent to funding. They have been separated. So what is the current funding framework? Through the application of a very dynamic instrument called the mean testing instrument that has got the background of the family, the primary school that you attended, and various other parameters. Students now, those who have been placed, they have to apply, both for scholarship and for loan. Upon application, you are then, the information that you provide in the application portal, www.hef, highereducationfinancing.go.ke, the information that one provides is the one that will then categorize you, because it will be validated, you will be mean tested. It will then categorize you as vulnerable, extremely needy, and less needy.
What will it use? You said some of those matrices will include the school you went to, your family background. How will the system get to know about my family background? School I went to is possible, because you'll see the school I sat my exam in.
Yes. There is a lot of information that the instrument uses to validate. For example, you will be required to give the names of your
parents or guardian.
Your parents or guardian. And then there is cross-checking of that with KRA. Whether the parent is employed or not employed, and so forth and so on.
Right.
There is also check with NHIF. Right? And there is all other databases where validation of the data you have provided that will be availed. Even during the point of application, you have to provide your KCSE or KCP registration number, and it will be very clear which school you went to, whether it is private, public, and so forth and so on. All this information will culminate into a score, and different scores have been allocated to the different categorization.
Okay.
Vulnerable, extremely needy, and less needy. That is what will place a student, how much component of the scholarship you get, how much component of the loan you get. Now, for the vulnerable and extremely needy, they get 100% government financing. A large proportion of it is the scholarship, and then the least proportion for the loan. And the parents pay 0. For the needy and the less needy, you still qualify for scholarship, but the proportion of the scholarship is way too low. The proportion of the loan is way too high because you are able to repay. And there is a component, 7%. The household will have to cover 7% of the cost of the program.
Okay. Basically, we are introducing free university and tertiary education for some members of the society.
Vulnerable, so that you
vulnerable members of the society.
Yes, vulnerable and extremely needy.
Okay. And then there are those who will not receive the scholarship. They receive a loan,
yes,
which they will repay.
Yes.
Now, the assumption should be that everybody who's going through this tertiary and university should then be able to repay in future. Isn't it introducing an element of inequality?
In which aspect?
Because my ability to pay my loan should not be based on where I come from. It should be based on the fact that I got a loan.
You're a student.
Yeah.
And because you're a student,
I'll pay the loan after my student years.
Yes.
No,
and then you are given some grace period.
Yes. After my student years.
Yeah, whether the assumption.
Whether I am middle class,
yes,
or low class, coming from a vulnerable household,
yes.
It is I who will pay the loan, not my parent.
Now, the question here is, you need to be very clear to me what discrimination runs through when it comes to repayment. For the children or the students who come from vulnerable and extremely needy backgrounds, the government's agenda, this is bottom up, right? We'll want to go to the bottom of the pyramid, that those that have been excluded from accessing education are brought into the fold.
Prof, I get it. I was just trying to push agenda. But thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank
Professor
you very much.
Vincent Machuki, who is the President's advisor on education matters, a member of the Council of Economic Advisors, has been our guest for the last 2 hours. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation this entire week. We'll see you again on Monday, God willing. Time for the news.
For yet another 47 days. The state said the investigation into Mackenzie, the preacher of Good News International Church, which was supposedly closed in 2019, is the biggest investigation into violent deaths in a single episode in the history of Kenya. The state is also expected to introduce an amended charge sheet for 41 victims of Shakahola, who will now be charged with murder, manslaughter and other terror-related charges. The 41 who were part of the 65 victims that were rescued from Shakahola are believed to have been involved in the mysterious deaths of children. The DPP was granted orders to amend the charge sheet of the 41 who've since been transferred from the rescue center to Shimolatewa prison. The Law Society of Kenya has now moved to court